Alright guys, welcome to Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament for July 18th. This is Dark Orb showcasting for you. I am joined by PC, who's going to be doing most of our analysis tonight. This is his first time joining us, and he'll be coming back for more. So he's going to say, guys.
Hi everybody, I hope that my analysis is good for all of you. I'm a little bit embarrassed being on stream in front of so many people, but hopefully everything goes well and we can have a great time tonight watching these fantastic games.
Catching tonight is going to be the A bracket from the bracket. I'll get that posted in the chat again for anybody who missed it. That will be Krooks versus Looking for Lol Honeys. Once again, guys, we are now at 6:45 Eastern Standard Time, which means matches can begin in 6 minutes. And after the 7 o'clock mark, they have 15 minutes to begin. If your opponents have not shown up after that 15-minute mark, it will be reported as AFK/disqualified, and you will advance to the next round. Once again, this is Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament July 18th. Thank you all for joining us. Bracket locked there. Matches set to begin shortly. Getting an invite to the first game ASAP.
And we will hopefully be watching Krooks versus Looking for Lol Honeys first.
Yes, we're just waiting. I did get the team captain from Lol Honeys added to my friends list, so hopefully he'll be able to send me and PC a invite to that game. Which I should probably send him game. Actually, I'll wait till I get in lobby. Go, we'll get everything sorted out as we get started. Still waiting for that lobby to form up. There's only 3 round 1 games today, with a number of round 2 games starting right off the bat. So if you are in round 2 to start at 7 p.m., assuming that your opponent is also in round 2. If you're sitting there without an opponent, you've got to wait for the round 1 matches to conclude, for fairly obvious reasons, I should think. Have Krooks forming the lobby up, so I should potentially add him to my friends as well. Make sure that we... Okay, apparently I don't have to. We've got the lobby forming. We should be getting an invite shortly, guys. We'll get this game into Champion Select as soon as possible. And there is still technically 3 minutes until matches can begin. So how is Twitch chat doing tonight?
Looks like we're all having a good time.
We've got some random spam. Everybody's saying hi. Hello to you guys as well. Kappa, 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 kappa. Alright, we apologize for the delay here. I'm normally sitting out of the lobby quite so long. Having a lot of first-time participants tonight.
I'm excited to see how they do, Dark. It looks like Krooks has a bit of an upper hand just by looking at their ranking, but I'm sure that Looking for Lol Honeys is going to be putting up a great fight. They've been on a pretty big win spree in their ranked 5s games.
A full ranked 5 team, so see how that goes. We did drop the requirement that teams be ranked teams in client, as long as they have appropriate solo queue rankings, which for open bracket is just a minimum of 10 games played per team member. We do have our semi-pro and amateur brackets, which are a little bit more restrictive.
A couple of more minutes until we can get into the game. We apologize for the delay.
We are now 2 minutes to 7, guys, which means if you're waiting for your matches to start, which technically you should be, there are just 2 more minutes until you can get into Champion Select. Once again, guys, the bracket is embedded into the web page now. There's no longer a separate bracket link. Just check out that tournament page if you're not sure where you're placed. The team rosters are also available on the same page. Get that posted in the chat in case you guys missed it. Looks like I may have a game invite here. Wait, get myself into spec and I'll get PC invite as well. If I can remember how to spell his summoner name, there we go. PCSR better. Looks like we're just waiting for one more member of All Honeys to get into the lobby. Wow, that challenger tier, all the way down. I'm gonna assume that's a team rank. Let's check that out, guys. Sitting at D2. Diamond 1.
Looking to be an exciting game with all of these challengers in here.
Yeah, the challenger team status, that is quite impressive for them. There are only 200, I believe, in ranked 5s.
Yes, that is correct. I believe it is 200 in ranked 5 still. It was 50 last season. I know they changed solo to 200. I don't remember about the 5s, though.
I think I can check that in client, actually. Just give us 1 second here. We'll see what the ranked 5 status is. Oh. It's not gonna... Alright, back to the lobby. I apologize, guys, I can't find that client top team listing right now. I know the button is somewhere, but I'm just blanking. Once again, guys, because of the uneven number of teams and the way that the bracket formation does work, there are some teams with buys into round 2. They'll have to wait for their round 1 matchup that would give them opponents to finish up. There's also teams that have themselves and their opponent sitting in round. If you were in that situation, you're free to start your game now that we are after 7 o'clock. So everybody is free to get into Champion Select. Them and their opponents are ready. We'll get this tournament started. It's going to be a round 1 game. The bracket teams we are looking to watch right now are going versus All Honeys. Have Krooks, who is an actual in-client, achieved challenger tier 5v5s. Quite an impressive feat. They're going to be versus Looking for Lol Honeys. Appear to be all Diamond 1 through Diamond 3 ranked summoners. Very similar to the actual solo queue ranks of Krooks, however, that team challenger.
Krooks is, in fact, ranked number 7th in NA on the challenger ladder for Team 5, so they should be really cohesive as a team, and we'll hopefully get to see that kind of team play and team call coordination that comes from playing together for so long come into effect in our upcoming match.
So we may have picked the right team to follow first round, as we do follow the matchup that we're watching into the next round. You guys will get to see some great high-level play tonight. It's not the first time we've had a top 20 team participate. We previously had Honeys for Monies, as well as, I believe, Malachite and NALCS qualified teams participate for the split. This is the first time we're seeing a top 10 team in a few weeks. Good to watch.
I'm excited to see what they play. If you look at their previous games, they seem to be very comfortable with a multitude of different types of composition, so we won't really be seeing them getting banned out, and hopefully Honeys, Looking for Lol Honeys, is able to keep up with them in Champ Select and in game.
Yeah, we'll see how the champion selection and banning phase goes. It'll be quite interesting to see what they pick at this level of play. I'm not familiar with any of these summoners, unfortunately, so I don't know what their champion pools are. PC's done a great job of researching these guys as we're getting into the game here.
And we're just waiting on the 5th player of Looking for Lol Honeys to log in right now.
Yes, teams do have until 50 minutes past the hour to get all 5 of their summoners into the lobby so that the match can start. Do allow for time delay because of small issues like this.
So, Dark, what do you think about the recent Lucian changes?
I actually haven't read the last patch notes, which is kind of shameful to admit. I played about 3 games, it's 2 weeks.
Well, I'm sure everybody on the stream has seen it by now. Lucian's able to dash around like nobody else has ever seen before. It reminds me of the blue build Ezreal times.
Oh, it's real.
And the 5th player has just joined the lobby, so hopefully we will be starting up this game soon.
Alright, we have 10 people in the lobby. That's impressive. Let's see what champion selection brings for us. Looks like Looking for Lol Honeys has 2 Diamond 1 summoners. Well, as 3 Diamond 3 summoners. I do not believe they are a team. They are currently ranked Platinum 2 as a team of that name. It is not overly easy to get, though with Diamond ranked summoners as the team score, it does affect the seeding MMR. Allows you to drop Platinum or Diamond a little bit easier.
I've played a few ranked 5s teams with just Diamond players before, and it's still very difficult to climb in Platinum even. If you get 5-0 in your placements and you have all high Diamond players, you should be placed into Plat 5. But it's still very difficult to climb, and it's really impressive of them to be doing so in such a streaking fashion.
But apparently there's some more substitutes that need to get made as we're getting started.
Well, they do have plenty of time left.
That's very true. There's about 9 minutes remaining until games have to get started, so these teams are just taking their time to get themselves prepared for the matchup. Yeah, an interesting game. Some really high yellow summoners, some really high yellow teams tonight.
I'm really excited to see what comes. Have you gotten a chance to play the new Doombots game mode while it's still out?
I have not actually. I saw a meme about it. I hadn't actually looked at it in client. I'm not a huge fan of the game modes Riot releases all the time, though I'll admit Earth was fairly fun to play.
I'm not truly a fan of many of them either. I did like Earth, but man, I'm really enjoying the Doombots. It's like playing Toho meets League of Legends. It's a Hell Bullets game for fun with friends. No stress on you, just playing against some bots, and I really like that. Being able to just enjoy myself against a fairly difficult opponent.
Yeah, they've been working on bot updates for quite some time now. Maybe Doombots will be around to stay, or maybe they'll have some updates to traditional bots we get to see.
Well, I don't know about them sticking around, but I do know that they're capable of programming some better bots, and hopefully we do see that coming in time. Hopefully soon.
Have they not actually released the full list of intermediate bots yet? They were talking about it a little while ago.
I don't know about that. I'm sorry, Dark.
Not a problem, not a problem. Maybe Twitch chat can let us know. Twitch chat, give me the answer. Are all champions available as intermediate bots yet?
And they did just come out with a new bot type, the intro bots, for people who are completely new to the game. when people send me invites to Doom bots and I'm not quite sure I feel comfortable playing with them, I just go into that lobby and invite them to intro bots. Might be a little bit mean to do, but they get it.
I had noticed the intro link, but I had assumed it was that little Ash intro getting played over again. I thought they had re-released that for teams who wanted the tutorial. Sorry, for summoners who wanted the tutorial. So they've actually released a lower difficulty of bots.
Yeah, apparently it's like an intro, like a tutorial that's going on during the game. But we are now here into Champion Select, playing Krooks against looking for LOL Honeys, the challenger team against a team composed of all diamond players. Let's see what they go into. If I were on Looking for LOL Honeys, I would ban away Kassadin right away because it looks like Looking for LOL Honeys is not capable of playing that champion. Gragas is another good ban. On recent games where Krooks has been winning, they have been playing Gragas top lane. That Ahri ban is a target ban against Looking for LOL Honeys mid laner. He also has been playing a lot of Ahri in the recent games. But I don't really agree with that Ahri ban. I didn't think they would do that considering they do have the Yasuo in their hands, but it looks like Purple Team Looking for LOL Honeys did ban away that Yasuo, so it all works out in the end, and that Lucian is banned. I do not know why they let that Kassadin through. That should have been their first ban, but I guess they're just too uncomfortable with that Lucian. Oh, they might go for Lulu and not Kassadin. Interesting, let's see what they decide.
Looks like Krooks was just showing us they have Kassadin available before we switch out that loop. 8 mid right now. And played a lot through a lot of tournaments, a lot of ranked play. Not sure exactly what they changed about her to make her more viable as started realizing that, hey, it's not only a support, she can do whatever Lulu wants to do.
Well, what really happened there is that some of the more assassin-type mid laners that she's not capable of dealing with have been receiving a lot of nerfs lately, so we're not seeing any LeBlancs anymore or anything like that, and the game in the jungle also has changed into this more like utility-style play, so that really affected all of the lanes, and we're seeing a lot more utility-style mid laners as well as some utility-style bot laners or hyper-carry bot laners like Kog'Maw or Jinx, and the meta has been shifting a little bit more into this, but with this recent Lucian change, hopefully we can see some more exciting stuff in the bot lane in upcoming games. Unfortunately, he has been banned away tonight.
Now, we've seen a lot of Jinx Lucians in the bottom lane, but there's also been Tristana's, Twitch's, Caitlyn's, and I want to say Corki. Yeah, Corki's another decent one we've seen quite frequently.
Ooh, this is interesting. A Hecarim pick. I haven't seen a Hecarim pick in a while, but this might be a specialty from Looking for LOL Honeys. And they did pick up that Morgana. It's a little bit risky, but it's a very solid pick. The risk is that they have to play against a team composition that is able to beat them in lane phase because she does provide no sustain in the lane. But this being team games, of course, they can just lane swap and get out of that no problem.
Morgana is a pretty decent all-round champion selection, in my opinion. Anyways, of course, Morgana, one of my main champions at the lovely silver yellow that I maintain.
She's also my favorite champion. I didn't know if you knew that, but she's my main. So I can't say I disagree with the pick. She's my baby. Money Mac Daddy hovering over that Aurelia. Definitely the best top laner in playing just top v top in this meta right now. But you do have to worry about lane swaps. She isn't really the best at lane swapping, and they might have to do some trickery if they do decide to do a lane swap here today.
An interesting team composition coming out from Krooks with the Aurelia Rengar.
I'm interested to see what they do with this Rengar and Lulu combo, if they get some sort of a torpedo going on where he comes in invisibly and gets a team-wide knock-up while going for an assassination. And we do see another utility pick being hovered by Fat Pat right now. The Lulu versus Orianna matchup is classically pretty even, both of them providing a lot of utility for their team and some damage, just in different forms.
It's always interesting to watch an entire team get caught out by Orianna's ultimate. So at this level of play, I doubt it's going to land on more than 2 or 3 summoners at a time.
Well, that has yet to be seen. They do have this Hecarim, which can be a ball delivery service, and potentially a Riven ball delivery service. If a Riven and Orianna manage to wombo combo, it will be a sight to see, but it is so difficult to land. So best of luck to them on that one. And we do see Nami and Kog'Maw, which is a fairly tough matchup for a Morgana lane. They might pick somebody who can try to match the Kog'Maw at least in range later in the game and go for a lane swap potentially.
I'd
This
see a
Riven-
Tristana get locked in here.
Tristana has classically been this champion. Back in Season 2, there was actually a Korean team that said, if you pick Tristana, we are going to fine you personally. We do not want you playing Tristana, because her mid game just falls out. But with all of the strength provided by the rest of this team in mid game, that's not really a concern for them. They're more interested in being able to duel in the early game and being able to match the hyper carry of Kog'Maw, so Tristana might be a really solid pick here.
We've seen a lot of Tristanas do really, really well, despite the difficulties that Tristana can have. The mobility coming in from Riven and Hecarim. Okay, I was going to say not a single smite on the team, but the Tristana appears to have smite, so there's going to be some trading going on here.
Yes, Lord Lolita playing the Hecarim. So it will be Shinoko on Nami and the Bee's Knees on Kog'Maw against My Last Story's Tristana and Fat Pat's Morgana. In the top lane, it will be Money Mac Daddy's Aurelia against Zakutura Riven. I'm really interested to see how that matchup goes. I don't know much about it, so that should be an exciting thing to see. In the mid lane, it is Miller Lite running an Ignite on Lulu against Hollywood running a heal on Orianna. I wonder how this mismatch is going to go. Typically, both champions will run a heal or a barrier, being utility type champions, but Miller Lite is declaring, I want to kill you. And an obese panda running the Rengar in the jungle for Team Krooks.
And 3 minutes is expected to play now, as teams have gotten into that load screen, but we're going to be just a couple minutes behind them. But while we wait, we've done PC's done a great job of analyzing what's going on here. Some really intuitive bans and great champion picks. I now actually understand what's going on with these team compositions, which is a rare occasion.
It looks like Fat Pat is running a 0921 Morgana, going more for that utility, not really. This is something that teams do more in the team phases. In solo queue, you go like 2109. I'm going to carry this team by going all damage and killing people and stuff like that. But it looks like this Morgana's intention this game is more to just make sure that her Tristana survives. Make sure that those Nami bubbles aren't really going to be landing, that she always has mana to prevent things from happening. She's probably going to be one of those types that builds like McHale's and things like this and just provides even more utility to this already utility-style meta.
Now we're seeing things shift away from the tanks. There's not a whole lot of beef in either of these teams. I mean, Riven and Hecarim have a fair amount of health, as well as Aurelia. It's not the standard tank you would have seen only 2 months ago.
Yeah, it looks like with the advent of Blade of the Ruined King so many months ago, the tank meta was slowly shifting away ever since. We would still see like Dr. Mundo meta and things like that, but it hasn't been around lately. It looks like there are just too many answers that teams are coming up with, especially in this hyper carry meta, where there's these Kog'Maws and Jinxes, Tristanas, just champions that are really good at melting tanks, late game Vaynes. So it looks like the top laners have decided to move away from this tanky type meta and instead move to stuff like Aurelia, Jax, and Riven. Stuff that can really just get on top of the carries and prevent them from doing damage by killing them.
Yeah, we've seen ADCs coming back into their role recently. The Marksman was deemed underpowered, but with all the nerfs that Riot's pumped out during Season 4, we're on patch 11, 12, even 13 at this point. Someone tell me what patch number
We're on 12, it's in the top left corner.
yes. Yes, it is.
Yes. No, this is... I've been playing since Season 1, and this has got to be the best AD carry patch in at least 2 seasons. Back in Season 2, it was all about the AD carry, but with this utility mid lane and this utility jungle type meta that's going on, it really does feel like Season 2 again, and I'm glad it does. It's an exciting time to be watching League of Legends, where the carries can actually do some damage.
Alright. There we go.
And I hope that we see an actual classical no lane swap 1-1-2 lane matchups. I'm interested to see how this Morgana and Tristana handle the Kog'Maw and Nami. That Kog'Maw and Nami is a really, really strong lane. And the Tristana can't freeze with that E passive. She's just going to be pushing all game long.
If you're Kog'Maw's
Even though Morgana does have this spell shield to prevent some of Nami's CC, just the damage provided by Kog'Maw's range on that W combined with Nami's E is going to be a little bit tough for Tristana to handle. The way that she typically handles this is just by harassing back with her E and eventually going for an all-in. And hopefully we can see some action caused in bot lane just by this mismatch of ideals in the lane. Neither team is going to be able to just freeze it. And if we do see a lane swap, it's going to be really tough for both Aurelia and Riven, so I don't think either team's going to be electing into that.
to have champion not do as well, especially trading those turrets early on. Maybe even getting the second turret. We've seen the in 4-man pushes come out nice and early.
I'm also interested to see how this Rengar jungle does, ever since his ulti no longer gives you ferocity stacks. I think that's what it's called.
They tried to change Rengar a number of times. Did they implement a patch again after he was deemed OP after being nerfed the first once or twice?
Yeah, I believe they made it so that their ulti no longer gives him stacks on his passive. I think it's called...
Alright, we're
Or
into the
not
game.
his...
Purple team's coming out of the base.
Yeah, on his ferocity. So, Rengars have stopped appearing in the top lane as much because they can't do this ulti and roam stuff, and they're starting to appear a little bit more often in the jungle where they can build up their ferocity stacks and come in. In the game now, though, Krooks is moving as a team. They seem to be pinging out like they want to invade, and it looks like looking for lol honeys might not be ready for this. Oh, but the ball does scout them out. Shut down
well
from the very beginning.
landing that.
It looks like they're unfazed, though, and might go for it anyway.
We had some pings around Dragon coming out from looking for lol honeys, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to get there. As Brooks is...
I don't know why they're standing. They just wanted to get that ward down. They were waiting for past 55 seconds so that they could know what buff Hecarim does start on. They were willing to take a little bit of damage to do so.
It's an interesting choice. Likely means there's going to be some counter jungling involved here, nice and early again. Both teams content to set back, start setting up for those buffs. Aside from Aurelia in the top lane, possibly harass this Riven.
Yep. Maybe she's just going down for another ward. Who knows? I don't know if Aurelia wants to fight this Riven, though. Riven is known to be a very strong level 1 dueler. Oh. She's going to get damaged out.
Caught out by the Aurelia, sorry, the Riven.
Oh, and Riven cancelled 2 of her auto attacks just there. Aurelia would be down another 100 health had she not done so.
Light buff, or light leash for Rengar.
And Krooks does know that Hecarim started on his blue buff, so they can adjust their ganks to match. Yeah, in the mid
even
lane and bot
exchanges.
lane though.
Yeah, some even exchanges mid and bot. See what these CS numbers work out to after a couple waves of minions. I'll get scoreboard reorganized here so nobody's too confused about what's going on.
It looks like my game has frozen. I'm sorry, you're going to have to take over for a little bit.
That's not a problem. There's a lot of action pretty much everywhere. Rengar's looking to not be Hecarim in his own jungle around the red buff. Looks like Oriana knows it's going to happen though, and got responding as well. Great team dynamics here as the jungler start to force a fight around red buff. Off lane coming in for it as well. A 3v3 fight here as Rengar jumps on to Riven. Gets caught out, but just to slow the Hecarim. Getting Oriana ball. Dark Binding goes out, does not seem to connect to Nami though. This team fight around all of this red buff costs Hecarim his life. That's a double kill. Sorry, it doesn't cost Hecarim his life. Hecarim picks up a kill. My mistake, I read that backwards. Hecarim actually gets the double kill in there, where Riven goes full ham and takes out Lulu, costing her life. That's 3 for 1 in favor of all Lions.
A very good start. They couldn't really hope for more, especially going up against a team of this caliber. However, in the bot lane, it looks like they are being bullied out by this Nami and Kog'Maw lane. And my client has just exited. I'm sorry, I'll try to be back as soon as I can.
Wrong, we have some technical difficulties over here. It's going to be Dark Orbs casting this for a little bit for you guys as PC gets back into the game. He's doing a great job of letting us know what's going on here. I will keep the action going. But Lolhoney is actually going back at only the 5-minute mark. They're not going to be able to IO full bot here. They're going to Kog'Maw to free farm in the bottom lane. Irelia is also doing a great job of pushing the lane up top. Like she might fall off here to back, or potentially just go drop a wall. Gonna do get out in the middle, and neither side taking a whole lot of pressure. Seems like the matchup there is going to be fairly even and depend mainly on the junglers coming in for those ganks. The success of the jungler ganks.
It's also noteworthy that Lulu is taking the Ignite over Oriana's heal, so she should have a little bit stronger of 1v1 dueling. But with both Rengar and Hecarim having these similar style of gankings, it should be interesting to see who is able to make the most out of it. Hecarim does have a stronger level 4 gank though, so maybe we will see an Oriana and Hecarim combo to try to get him back in.
Jump cut out on the Kog'Maw. This might cost Kog'Maw's life. Lost onto him. Kog'Maw and Tristana getting awfully low. Tristana is forced to back off this and Rengar gets a kill. That was well timed.
They always say that it's very important to be timing your ganks against the enemy's aggression, and Rengar showing us there just how important it is.
We're not expecting that. They were not expecting quite as punishment after busting the Kog'Maw. That was well played by Krooks.
Still, I don't think it was a poor decision by them. They just should have realized that they didn't have vision, and maybe that there could be a Rengar there, and called in their own Hecarim for such a situation. That's why we see in the LCS so many teams and so many games with such low kill counts, is that nobody's really willing to aggress on anybody without being sure that they're going to succeed.
It's very true. You don't want to mess up your positioning, overextend, cost your team extra for against them. This level of play, it's not so much about capitalizing on opponent's mistakes as so much as looking at your own mistakes so that you cannot be capitalized against.
And I'm almost loaded back into the game. By the sounds of it though, it looked like Tristana and Morgana maybe didn't have very much of an option and decided now's better than any other time.
Riven under the turret takes Aurelion down, but goes down to the turret as well. Tristana coming back to lane. Not sure exactly when she will be called there, but Lulu's been farming for at least a couple moments. We have an engage from the Nami, a mistake. It's not enough to get Kog'Maw interested in trying to harass the Morgana. Kog'Maw and Tristana trading again there. The Black Shield goes on Tristana.
And I am back into the game. I'm sorry for the delay there, Dark. Didn't mean to leave you hanging.
Not a problem. Everybody, welcome PC back to the game here. Oh, as I break the camera. There we go.
Looks like small trades going on in the top lane. Riven deciding that minions aren't so big of a deal when you have a shield and damage of the sort that Riven has.
It's true, Riven out farming the Aurelia by a solid 15 at this point. Everywhere else looks fairly even, aside from the bottom lane where Kog'Maw is in the opposite situation. Actually up 20 farm on Tristana. There's going to be an engage from Rengar at the bottom lane. Tristana goes down.
Rengar being really successful with his ganks this game. I want to see Hecarim doing the same. Especially with his early lead attack.
Oh, he is 201, so he has been out of the jungle.
No, that was on the double kill.
Happened That's right.
Yep, he is sitting on a ward. I'm surprised that looking for lol honeys didn't ping out that ward as soon as it went down.
Riven under the bird again. She's gonna get deleted.
Oof, a little bit over aggressive of her.
Yeah, the positioning on the Aurelia was just a tiny bit too much for her there. She almost had her down. Aurelia turned that fight really nicely.
You know, it looks like we're seeing here the difference between a Challenger team and a Plat 2 team, though. The Challenger team is really timing their ganks well, making sure they're not stepping on wards and things like this, while looking for lol honeys is going maybe a little bit too aggressive without the surefire backup that we see coming from Krooks.
That
I
stated,
hope that we
though,
can see
the difference
change
here
in attitude.
is not actually as significant as one might expect with that Challenger versus P2 team rating. They are sitting at exactly even gold right now with only a 1 kill difference. Not to contradict you there, PC. There is a huge difference here in the team's playstyles. But as far as the overall matchup goes, this game is a lot closer than I would have expected.
Absolutely. That level 1, or that early game red invade was maybe not the greatest thing that we saw. It really worked out for Hecarim and his team, though. I want to see him utilize that advantage that he secured, especially now that Tristana is 6 and they have a fighting chance in the bot lane. I want to see some bot lane action coming in. Rengar wants to see some mid lane action and is setting up for the gank. Maybe we can see something. Yep, and he has ulted. Do we have a torpedo here? Jumping in and combo the ultis for the knockup. Oh, doesn't even need to use ult. Very well done by Rengar again. His ganks have just been so successful. It looks like they're even thinking about doing a dragon now. Riven has come down. Aurelia does not have teleport, so this will be an even match. Riven does have ulti. Looks like she is doing a lot of work this fight. Tristana coming into it now, decides to jump in aggressively and gets bubbled out. Morgana's ulti does land on the Kog'Maw. Let's see if Riven can get back into the fight. Oh, Morgana dangerously low. She doesn't want to show herself anymore. Tristana doesn't finish off the Kog'Maw with her ulti. That damage from the Kog'Maw passive almost taking him out, but looks like Nami's just getting out under the turret.
Not quite enough for them to get Nami there with all members of lol honey sitting at sub 300 HP. Aurelia free firing the top lane since Riven did have to teleport down for that team fight.
Maybe she can get a turret for
trying
it.
to dive this bottom turret. Dark Binding comes out and misses, but there's going to be enough turrets to take down that Lulu.
They did trade 1 for 1 there, but I'm not so sure if that was worth it.
Actually, that and 2 somehow because the kill score has been even.
I mean, under the turret, yeah. The coming in by Riven was superb. Just really turned that fight. Looks like I'm having some difficulty loading again.
Problem. Get everything sorted out. Technical difficulties are pretty much expected from events at this point. It's a small miracle we got everything time and everybody in the call. EC keeping up with tradition, having his client free us. All in the action here. Aurelia tries to push in that top lane. She did get the first turret in the game, since Riven was gone just long enough for that. All over the Lulu, but it might not be enough. As I say that, Lulu down, it's going to be a double kill. Rengar goes down as well. Works on a double kill already. Keep the champion, but 2 kills for Honeys. Tossing them a turret in the bottom lane, though. A mid-turret for it. Turret score 2-1 and putting them up by 2 kills. Great performance by looking for Ball Honeys against the number 7 and 18.
That is correct.
Aurelia trying to force him off the turret in the mid lane. She's going solo versus 3, possibly overextending her. See if they turn around on that. They do not realize she's alone. Getting reports that my mic is a bit too quiet. If you guys are having trouble hearing me, let me know. I'll see if there's anything I can do to adjust that. Okay, difficulties abound. Have a dragon here for Krooks. Rana is in position to potentially try and do something about it, but she's all by herself. Throws the Dark Body, lands it onto Rengar. Not going to be enough to stop the dragon, or they turn that around for them.
I think the most that they can hope for in that situation is to get the dragon timer and just try to contest it.
Alright, turn my mic volume up a tiny bit and the game sound down a tiny bit. Hopefully it was me they're saying is too quiet, not you. I do believe your volume's okay. I got a complaint over Skype for the first person saying the volume was low, so it shouldn't be a huge issue. I think we are good now. Twitch chat, let us know.
And I do apologize, I am still having some technical difficulties.
We've got Riven. I believe she's standing on a ward there, though. Yeah, she's gonna take down a vision ward in the Baron Bush. Is there a name for the Baron Bush?
No.
We need a name.
I call it the Baron Pixel Bush.
I think Tribush has a name. The rest of them.
Oh yeah, no, they
Vision.
mostly have names. Are you referring to the one that's just a little square outside of Baron?
Yeah, that's a great Dark Binding on Cosmo. Getting into a team fight. All good for Oriana. Oriana picks up the kill on Dogma. Before Dogma actually deletes the Morgana post-mortem. 1 for 1 in that fight. Aurelia jumping in here, getting knocked out by Hecarim. Knight's onto her, 50 HP. She goes down. Hecarim now all by himself against 3. Goes down to the Rengar as the rest of the team tries to respond, but not quite in time.
Going back to what we were saying earlier, yeah, that bush is known as the Pixel Bush, but the Pixel Bush can also be the one outside of Dragon, so...
Alright, So they do have names, the pixel bushes. Interesting to note, for anybody who wasn't aware of the names of the bushes outside of Baron and Dragon Pits, they are called pixel bushes, which I'm going to assume is because they are fairly small. Dark Binding comes in on the Nami. Krooks looking to siege down this mid turret. They will be successful. Making that 3 turrets to 1 for blue side. Once again, guys, this is not so stock gaming tournaments, or open tournament. We have Krooks on the blue side, number 7 and 18, versus looking for lol honeys. They are actually a team as well. They are currently ranked Platinum 2. They have an amazing fight, going 11 and 9, though they are down by 2 turrets currently. Goal score sitting at 28.3 to 28.1, nearly 20 minutes into the game. Some great plays coming out from both sides as we have a little bit of a lull in the action. Garn is setting up to take the blue Necroman. Says thank you and walks back to the mid lane. Nami coming in toward the blue bush might get caught out by Morgana. Morgana being so fast. Abusive mobility will do that. Rengar setting up in the top lane for a gank. It's gonna be him and Aurelia versus his Riven. Not gonna get close enough. Stunned out under the turret. Goes down to 300 HP. Hecarim comes in to finish the job. We'll see if he can do it. Rengar goes down. Morgana now caught out of position here against 3 members of the Wall Honeys. She goes down as well. Great phase coming from the Wall Honeys.
I am back again.
PC is back in the game.
Oh, it looks like Krooks has really been putting up a fight while I've been gone. Looking for lol honeys is pushed pretty far back, but they are up in gold, so maybe I'm just misjudging the situation. Hecarim coming in with home guards, running in super fast. Doesn't quite go for it yet. Orianna showing herself maybe tipping off. Oh, but they go for it anyway. And that exhaust may be saving Morgana. She has to get out. Oh no, the Nami. Nami pops it anyway.
It's 1 for 1.
Hecarim going on the Nami though. It looks like he should be able to manage it if he doesn't run away from the Lulu that he sees coming down the river.
Seems like he's gonna stick around long enough to finish us off.
Yep, just got it. They might be going for the Lulu
well. He's
now
got
too.
support now. 3 of his team members.
And he did just pop that ghost just to be snared up by the Lulu and Rengar slows. They add up to like 99% slow. It's effectively a snare.
Have a timer on.
Yes,
I guess everybody has timer now. Be the most recent.
That is true. They didn't manage to sweep the ward that's outside of the pit though, so Krooks does know what's going on and looks to contest it, giving Kog'Maw enough time to come in, but he's on the wrong side of it. If Morgana manages to land anything on him, it might be bad. Aurelia deciding to just keep pushing top lane. Looking for lol honeys, deciding that it's probably best to defend. Orianna ulti did whiff, but Hecarim goes in anyway. That Mikhail's was instant, but it's not enough to save the Kog'Maw. That passive's gonna do a lot of damage with them all clumped up like that.
Trying to initiate the dragon as well. We'll see how this plays out. They have 5 members versus 4 from Krooks.
Rengar did not have flash, so he wasn't going to go for that one. Looking for lol honeys does pick up that dragon, but they lose their top lane in exchange. It's been the debate for more than 2 seasons. Is it worth it to trade a dragon for a turret? And most people would say that the top lane second tier turret is probably worth more than the dragon.
Yeah, outer turrets are, I'd say fairly transmutable. You can have them or not, but once you start getting into those inners and Nexus turrets, or not Nexus, inhibitor turrets.
Well, certainly the Nexus turrets too.
Yeah, the Nexus turrets being, down, it's... The lol honey's up. 6 kills.
But they are up in gold. If they ever do manage to get a nice 5v5, maybe somewhere in the jungle where they can land all of their AoE, they will absolutely win that team fight. So what Krooks is saying is, no, I really don't want to do that. I'm just going to have Aurelia split push top lane, come and try to send somebody who can deal with it. Little bit of a lull in the action as teams just work to re-secure some vision and make sure that they have all of their items for the upcoming team fights while people are waiting on their cooldowns. Everybody does now have their cooldown though. My last story giving us a little show then.
If you're just dropping words though, see if Hecarim advances on them.
And Nami did opt for the Boots of Lucidity this game, hoping to get those ultimates for disengaging that strong team fight that Looking for Lol Honeys does have this in this column.
And we've got some win reports coming in, guys, so congratulations to anybody who has finished their first game. We'll get those victories recorded momentarily for you.
And everybody's just sweeping out vision, trying to push back the enemy lines. Not by a direct show of force, but by a show of vision control.
We've got Krooks sitting in the mid lane there looking to catch somebody out potentially. There is no vision from Looking for Lol Honeys.
They should know that they're there though.
Drops a ward, it's going to be... He gets out though.
Yep. These wards that they don't see that's behind the lines, in the middle of mid lane and at Wraith Bush and on the Pixel Bush of Dragon, by squaring them out in this way, they knew the general area that Krooks was sitting in, dropping a ward just to make sure. Did let Hecarim get out safely.
That's a very good point. Hecarim was likely saving the rest of his team from some trouble. Just making sure he wasn't incorrect about where they were sitting.
We see a lot of Triforces this game. Freak would be proud. Kog'Maw going with the tons of damage build, Triforce and Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, there are 3 Triforces in the game already. That is quite impressive. Teams starting to get their itemization on.
Looks like both teams aren't quite sure that they're going to be winning, so they're both delaying a little bit. It's easy for us to say, oh, who's going to win just by looking at gold score and stuff like this, but the flow of the game really does affect you, especially in a tournament. Looks like Looking for Lol Honey's no longer so indecisive and decide to push out mid and try to re-secure some of the vision around the enemy jungle. Fat Pat does have that Oracles. Just sweeping out as quickly as they can.
I was going to say Lol Honey's setting up for Baron there, but it looks like they're just trying to maintain vision. Doing a great job of vision control here, as Krooks does not seem to have any wards placed on the map.
They're practicing for those LCS matches. Ward clearing always gets the crowd to cheer. That ward, though, in the middle of mid lane that's been placed down by Looking for Lol Honeys consistently has been catching out the entire enemy team in its vision range. Looks like Fat Pat typing out some timers. And we may see in it, no, he decides maybe not the best decision and backs back out.
Both teams hovering around this mid lane here. Looks like it is time for a team fight, but nobody wants to start it.
It looks like the vision control is finally favorable enough for Looking for Lol Honeys to start looking for engages. They have cleared out the dragon vision. They should have a timer on it, and once Hecarim is done with his red buff, he should come straight down and we'll see if dragon contest. that bait's not going to work when they have a vision board in the pit.
That's very true. There's some great vision around Dragon right now. Well, there was some great vision here as so many wards get taken down. Both teams trying to get this start.
Hecarim deciding to go for it. He has the ball delivery service, does catch out 2, Nami's ulti counters it and hits 4. Oh my god, this Rengar going in does get exhausted, but it doesn't stop him. 4 people turning around to try to deal with
goes
Rengar.
down though.
Oh my god,
It's
so
2
good.
for 2 so
Kog'Maw's
far.
only doing work. They do have a lot of mobility provided by this Lulu. Maybe the speed ups will be able to catch him out. No, Orianna does provide the disengage. A 2 for 2 overall. The minions do take out top lane's turret.
That's going to allow Krooks to set up for Dragon though. Get them, close that gold gap a tiny bit for them. I'm going to say get them back in the game, but they're still definitely in this game. Behind by
We just
6
saw
kills
the
up by
power
one turret.
provided by their team. That Nami ultimate and that Rengar were doing so much work that team fight. Hitting out 4 people and being unstoppable as a Rengar even when 4 people are on top of you. That just goes to show how good these players are. And we're going to see a little bit of a lull in the action again as everybody works to resecure vision, resecure buffs, back, get their items. Make sure that they have enough cooldowns for another team fight.
Kog'Maw locking down the bottom lane. So he's going to recall here since he has been out since before that team fight in Dragon. Aurelia, I was going to say initiating Baron, but she's going to just clear the ward and get out of there.
And because Nami has these Boots of Lucidity, they can pick another team fight during this window where Riven and Morgana do not have their ultimates, and Hecarim does not have his ultimate. But it doesn't look like they are interested in doing that this time around. Looking for Lil Honeys must be shaken up about that last team fight. Even though they are ahead, they have a gold lead, they have a kill lead, and they're only 1 turret down. Still being beaten off of that dragon must have left an impact on them as they are slowing it down in a very Cloud9 fashion and just trying to farm it out a little bit more. Though I'm not so sure if that's such a great idea with an Aurelia and a Kog'Maw on the enemy team. Both of these champions are very good in the later games.
It's past the third. Either team, especially with the game being so close, have a 2k gold difference. We'll see who
All of the shields
victorious
being-
in the end.
With all of the shields being provided, it looks like the poke is just completely mitigated. Orianna shield, Morgana shield, Lulu shield.
Right, so definitely action here. Get that sorted.
You know, I don't even see the pause on my screen. It looks like I've been frozen out again, so I'll take this opportunity to reconnect.
I can go to these tonight. I feel bad for your computer and your LOL client.
Oh, it's just this game. I haven't had any issues before. I do apologize.
Not a problem. We have a good time to deal with that right now. Looks like we're going to be getting back underway momentarily. Alright, and we're back into the game. Both teams awfully close to each other here. Ribbon coming in from the side. Rengar's falling off, though. We'll see if everybody's actually in position to deal with this. Dark Binding just misses. Getting awfully brave with those pokes. Hecarim leading the advance for his team. is an interesting position. Krooks is spread out a tiny bit around the mid lane, and Lawlane is actually behind them. Not able to catch anybody out as they go towards the mid lane there. Seems like both teams have a decent amount of vision. Is there vision in that bush? There is vision in the bush for both teams. Krooks now clearing wards around the Aaron takes bush, as well as the... That one has a name.
Banana bush?
You know what I was talking about. It's the banana bush, apparently, guys.
It's a name that's a leftover from before the bushes had their trim job done.
Started taking a lot of damage to the end of the turret. If gets out alive, the team fight through this turret. Both teams hitting awfully low. Hecarim goes down to Lulu for a double kill, having just killed the Ribbon. He did lose Kog'Maw, though. Have Aurelia in the mid lane. Forcing her hand, takes down Orianna before getting Dark Binding. And then Morgan. I said Dark Binding, not a word. She ate that Dark Binding. Not able to catch up to the Morgan after picking up the Orianna kill. I'm sure she wanted to. She set up to pick up this inner mid turret, though. Did a great job of tanking that. See Krooks focusing on objectives now that they are behind in kills. Though they've lost a number of dragons to looking for lol honeys, they've done a great job of pushing those turrets down, playing in their opponent's jungle if possible. I say that as we see Aurelia steal the red buff. Once again, guys, as this game progresses, it's going to be easier and easier for either team to end it with as little as 1 or 2 kills, so they're going to have to pay attention extremely closely to their positioning and where their opposition is. We're not seeing a lot of wards on the map right now. Aurelia and Riven and Rengar going at it in the bottom lane. Riven actually takes the Rengar down, but Kog'Maw is all over Riven. We'll see if he's able to finish her off. He does get that kill. That's a 1-for-1 trade, not the pick that Riven... Binding misses Nami. Gonna take another dragon here. This should bring their gold back into sync with their opponents. Actually puts them ahead. We see looking for lol honeys starting Baron. Brooks is able to respond. Lulu does a great job of dodging that Dark Binding. Kog'Maw all by himself will push that bottom lane, but he has enough vision that he feels safe doing so. Of course, coming down past that turret, Kog'Maw's actually going to end up pushing recall. Apologies that recall got cancelled. See how this plays out. Kog'Maw looking to possibly bait the Ribbon. However, all of looking for lol honeys is now there to respond to this. Hecarim goes in. Ends up getting slowed and or stunned there, not being able to complete the initiation. Another slight lull in the action here. Neither team really willing to initiate a fight, knowing that the next fight would be the last. Done a great job coming back from the deficit they had. They're now up by full 200, 300 gold. Down by 4 kills, up by 2 turrets.
A debate going on in the Twitch chat right now about who's going to win this game. People saying purple side still has an advantage, but maybe blue side is still a little bit likely to win just by their experience. Let's see how right you are, Twitch chat.
I noticed that as well. See how this game finishes. I mean, going this long, being this close, it's really anybody's game in my opinion. For
Absolutely. Rengar coming in on the Tristana.
Tristana jumps out though.
Orianna does land an ulti, but Rengar just switches targets and down she goes. That gives
down.
him a lot of Baron pressure right away.
The great Dark Binding goes out of Morgana, but it's not going to be enough for them to actually initiate a team fight here. We'll see Krooks initiating the Baron. Looking for Lolhoneys, does keep vision on it, and Ward goes down though.
Lulu sweeping around to try to zone him off from the side. Does get the Morgana ulti out, flashes away from it. Just doing a good job distracting him. Still have to watch out for this Hex Rim. And Smite War Ring for win.
As the smite goes in from Rengar.
Move's going for a kill on the Lulu, but the team... Oh no, she does get it. They trade it.
This is going to be the game. That one pick we saw, the Orianna going down to the Rengar after Tristana jumped out, was all they needed to initiate that Baron. That Baron.
Absolutely.
The fight afterwards.
This Rengar has been carrying this game from the very beginning. They will get at least an inhibitor here.
We've got Tristana and Orianna back up now to defend this. There's 18 seconds to still Morgana, 20 and 30 until Hecker and Riven respectively. See Krooks
going
take
for
that
the
inhibitor
safe
back
idea.
off. I'm surprised they didn't push that.
Well, we've seen Krooks has been making decisions where they only go for something if they know that it's going to work out for them. They're just going for the safe idea, saying the carries are up, they might be able to do something with this Orianna ultimate. Let's just play it safe and not give them a chance to come back into it. We're finally in a gold lead. Let's use it.
Yeah, Krooks doing a great job now securing a 4K gold lead, but I definitely called that wrong, thinking it was going to end. They've given looking for Lolhoneys the chance they might need. The longer this game goes, the easier the throws get. Even at this ELO, as we just saw, one pick was enough for Baron and then 3 more kills. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for, well, unfortunately for Krooks anyways, it wasn't enough for them to end that game. Which means that looking for Lolhoneys now has that chance. Great Dark Binding goes in onto Rengar, but he has a shield. Let's see if looking for Lolhoneys can bring it back. They led the way most of this game, have just fallen behind.
It looks like I am once again unable to download spectator info. If anybody does know a solution for this repeated issue that I'm having, please let me know in Twitch chat and I'll try to put it into effect and make sure these technical difficulties don't happen as often.
We've lost spectator issues before, sorry, spectator data before was during an unfortunate draw pack event. Krooks looking to take this inner turret now. It does go down. So yeah, I was gonna say an initiation, but it's more just poking around the bottom of the inhibitor turret. Krooks intent on taking this bottom turret, but not actually going to. They do get the minion wave in there now. There's a lot of pressure onto the Riven. She's forced to back up when the turret goes down. Well played by Krooks. As PC did say though, it doesn't seem like they're making the moves unless they know they can make them. They should have expected that turret to go down when they started pushing for it so hard. Another dragon there. I apologize for the silence here, guys. I've got more match reports to effect so you guys can continue playing the tournaments. We've got a number of teams that have progressed through round 1 and round 2, as we did have a number of buys into round 2. For Lawley's takes that mid-inner turret.
And I am back at least for now. Oh, I jinxed it. Never mind.
PC in and right back out of the game again. He will have better luck with the next round.
I hope so. Hopefully it's just the server that I'm trying to connect to. I know that there was some Telnia, I don't know, a tier 1 ISP provider. I mean an ISP that was giving me issues in between.
Looks like Krooks now is setting up to take that top inhibitor turret. Content to just wear down these lanes and get the minion pressure going. Once again, guys, I apologize for the delays getting the bracket updated. It's affecting these reports now. We've got Mimic Toronto moving on to round 3 game, I believe. Got Purely Gaming advancing from round 1, as well as SKT T1 advancing through round 2. All good now. But Krooks taking an inhibitor again. They did a ban in the top lane for that mid inhibitor. Now up by 6k gold. They do have 2 inhibitors in their favor, though. I was going to set up for that top inhibitor.
Yeah, Trace Route looking like they're, Krook looking like they're taking the safe route and going for all inhibitor turrets, making sure that the enemy team has to defend against the super minions that will be swarming in. Surprisingly, Rengar went right in, but it doesn't matter. They are overwhelming the enemy team right now.
Relia Isa Ignite because that was 200 HP. Only Nami went down in that fight. Looking for Lawley, he's did a great job of defending this turret. Hecarim trying to engage on the Kog'Maw. He does catch it, but turns around onto Rengar instead. Rengar looks like there's a flash at that.
Inhibitors respawning soon.
Kog'Maw starting up on the Baron. And deciding maybe not.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's not going to be able to start that. It's the second Baron. End it with it. Immediately as they tried to contest it. Lonnie is now going to have to turn the longer, get those inhibitors up, and wait out that Baron round. Lonnie's actually doing it. To step out of
Yeah, Krooks being really safe, but any of these fights have the potential to be the last one. Tristana immediately hits.
That Rengar is huge. Might step into the pool.
Oh, going for the ribbon kill on the end there, flashing for it and everything. It looks like it's over.
It's one Nexus turret. It's gonna be the second Nexus turret for Krooks. I'm gonna pound away the Nexus, and that's gonna be the game. Round 1 victory for Krooks. They're gonna be moving on to face Reliable Internet. ISP sucks. Alright, so we're gonna have Reliable Internet versus Krooks coming up as our next match. Get that set up for you guys momentarily.
And really well played by looking for lol honeys. It was an exciting match to see.
It seems like there might be some issues with the servers, as I'm seeing the exploded Nexus, but I'm not seeing that victory button. So it's not just you that's having the spectator problem, so I'm gonna have to exit this game. We just saw them win, guys. We don't need a victory button to see that Nexus explode. Let's see if we get everything figured out here. Alright, so next game here is going to be Reliable Internet versus Krooks. I'm just going to double check the team rosters here, see if we can see how we can get ourselves into that game. I don't have a member of Krooks on my friends list currently. If I may have a member of Reliable Internet, this is actually a team that has participated before in these events. That is, of course, a lie. I do not have any of them on my friends list right now. After looking at their roster, so I'll add a member from Krooks and we'll follow them here. Get this going, guys. I apologize about the little delay here. Though there will be a delay no matter what we do. I'd like to sit and lobby for them. Get nice and easy for you guys. Know what's going on. Trying to add to B's knees to my friends list, but the list is full.
And it does look like my problem is a connection issue that's to the server. It's timing out somewhere in between me and just after Telia.net's connection. So if I do get a VPN, maybe I can fix these issues for us today.
See what the next server is like for you, because it could be a completely different route. I mean, Riot does have multiple, I should assume, spectators as well as game servers running for us. So if we can get a different path around it for you, that would be ideal. Setting up a VPN can be a bit of a process unless you're familiar with it. Alright. Not actually getting accept here. Why are people adding me? Alright. Trying to get a member from Reliable Internet or Krooks onto my friends list. If you're watching the Twitch chat and you are a member of either of those teams, go ahead and add me. See a number of things popping up. I just hit accept on all of them. I have to delete people. I apologize if you get removed from my friends list. Oh, that's team captain from Reliable Internet. Thank you for actually being on the stream and adding me there. Or just paying attention enough to know what's going on. PCSR. Uh-oh, I forget. PC. Yes, SR better. Get PC an invite to spectate with us, and we'll get this match started as soon as possible for you guys. Alright, while we're in the lobby, guys, I'm going to take a 10-second break, and I will be right back. Not sure if PC is not in the lobby yet, but once he gets here,
I am here.
Oh, he's here now. So he's going to take a quick look at who's playing. I mean, we already know Krooks' team. Reliable Internet would be interesting to see what they're ranking up around. Seems like we've got 3 plats, a gold, and a diamond sitting in there. We'll see how they perform against Krooks tonight. They are repeat contenders. I believe they've made it to our semi-finals before, though I'm not recalling they have won a tournament or actually placed above. Sorry, I mean quarterfinals. I know they've gotten to the quarterfinals. I'm just going to check here and see what's going on. Reliable internet.
And it looks like Reliable Internet has never played a game as a team, but they are a team in client. So I can't do any scouting on them. I apologize. That also means Krooks can't do any scouting on them, and it should be an interesting banning phase.
There's always the option to try and lol king each one of them individually, but it'd be hard to say what they play together since there is such a huge difference between solo queue and team queue.
Yeah, hopefully what Krooks does is just ban out the stuff that they don't want to see, that they don't want to play against, and we can see what's going on inside their minds.
Yotofu says, "Watch out, guys. I'm gold 3." He's gonna throw that gold around.
Gold the dream. Just waiting on the bee's knees to join us.
Bee's Knees might actually be AFK. That's the member of Krooks that I tried to add to my friends list and was never accepted, so we'll see if he's just run off for a moment.
And Yofu Tofu saying shout out to Yofu Tofu. Shouting himself out, saying he really helped me out through tough times.
Sometimes your best friend is yourself, I guess. Especially in that solo queue.
I know there's a friend of mine watching the stream right now who definitely fits that description.
Alright, so I was correct in saying that Reliable Internet has made it through to at least the semis of a previous tournament. I have reports of them placing 4th on July 5th, which was a semi-pro bracket tournament, which is summoners ranked gold through diamond. So we will see how they fare against the challenger tier team here. So all of their summoners, I do believe, are technically ranked gold, diamond. Diamond 1s mostly across the board there. Beast Panda. I do have a challenger solo queue with a Beast Panda. Congrats to him.
It looks like they're having a little fun playing with their summoner icons, switching them around. Obese Panda was showing off his challenger one.
Oh, I missed it.
Yes. Yeah. They all switched to Poros and Obese showed off the challenger. They said, okay, you win.
I think the Poros should win that. I mean, like, 9 Poros versus 1 challenger, you'd get overwhelmed eventually.
They'd overwhelm you with cuteness. That's why I play Lulu. I have the Winter Wonderland Lulu skin with the Poro.
Alright, I'm gonna let you handle champion selection as they seem to be getting ready to get into that, and I will be back momentarily.
Okay. And it will be me then, PC here, handling champion selection. I really do. I just think that they're going to be doing the same typical bans. They're going to be banning out the enemy, or ISP Sucks should be banning out the enemies Gragas and Kassadin, or the Gragas and Yasuo. And trying to first pick away that Kassadin if they do play him. Coming from Cook's side, though, or Krooks' side, they are going to be banning away just whatever they think is strongest against the compositions that they want to run. We do see a Lulu ban coming out. I guess they saw that previous game and decided, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to play against such a strong champion, seeing how much work it did last game. Krooks thinking about their ban here. What they want to play in the mid lane maybe once the Lulu's been banned. Now they just decide to ban out the Jax, prepping their way for the Aurelia again. Let's see if ISP Sucks answers with an Aurelia ban, or if they continue on their banning path of banning out this mid laner. And if they do ban out the Aurelia, that leaves open the Gragas that Team Krooks does love to run in their top lane. And they ban out the Kog'Maw. Krooks does answer with the Kassadin ban, deciding they don't want to play against that. Ziggs picked up right away, a very strong pick, great at delaying great at delaying out games. Lucian and Gragas, though, very, very strong picks. Lucian and Cog? No, it's going to be Lucian and Gragas. It's got to be. They're just too strong of picks right now to let through. They're not picking out their mid laner right now because these are just high priority picks. And while they can be quote-unquote countered, they're really not likely to lose a lane. Knowing that the enemy has already picked their mid laner, it's not really highly contested anymore, and they'll be able to pick what they want to play later. Blitzcrank being hovered. With the Yasuo banned, I wouldn't mind seeing a Blitzcrank, but Braum is still open, so maybe, maybe not. Braum and Morgana being open. Blitzcrank and Caitlyn being hovered. And locked. Interesting decision. Probably we'll see another Morgana and Rengar. Rengar slipping through the banning phase, even after it dominated last game. His timing on those ganks and the mid-game engagements was just so solid. Syndra being hovered as a potential answer to Ziggs. Syndra being known as the champion that wins every lane. Just a generally very safe pick for a mid lane. Orianna again. Well, not again. It was Lulu last time, but Orianna for the second game in a row. I hope to see some torpedoes. I'd love seeing it when a Rengar stealths in and the Orianna ball combos with it. Heimerdinger being hovered. Maybe seeing the Donger tap. Potential answer to Gragas, but Gragas does have those barrels. Just completely deletes the Donger's turrets. I can imagine there's some heavy discussion going on about how to counter this very strong composition being shown by Cook. By Krooks. And a Jace. Who will be their jungle? Is perhaps the Heimerdinger a holder pick? Placeholder? I don't know. The Dark is not here right now, and he would be the one to be receiving that message. And Morgana being a classical answer to Blitzcrank. Just spell shield out those hooks. If Blitzcrank wants to land a hook on them, he has to land 2 in a row, right on cooldown. Which costs his entire mana pool. And the Morgana is locked in. We are seeing an Ignite being run again on the mid laner for Krooks. I don't see a smite at all coming from the side of ISP sucks. Perhaps they are deciding to not run a jungler. An interesting idea coming out from ISP sucks. Let's see if their strategy, which might be considered a cheese, will work out for them. If they are able to prevent Rengar from getting too strong, even though they don't have a jungler of their own. They might be able to overwhelm on the top lane where they will have two champions and keep Money Mac Daddy from getting too strong potentially. Oh, it's a Heimerdinger jungle. I haven't seen that one in a while. Sneaky, sneaky.
I somehow made it back before screen. Yes.
Heimerdinger jungle. You missed the Heimerdinger jungle. Until the very last second, they hadn't taken Smite either.
Actually, successful against the challenger. Oh,
You know, there was this composition actually reminds me of it too. There was a team that ran a Heimerdinger jungle and an Olaf that had a teleport like 2 seasons back, and they put 4 men mana. They had the Olaf clear out the top lane and teleport bot lane and clear that out while this 4-man push was going through. They used Blitzcrank to pull over the red buff of the enemy team. It was a blue side cheese strat. They used the Blitzcrank to pull over the red buff of the enemy team and the Heimerdinger with his turret and smite to take it. And then they used the Heimerdinger turrets and the rest of their team, which had stuff like Ziggs and Caitlyn really strong for sieging, to just push through mid and go with this full-on cheese. And they managed to take out... it was a 5th game match in, not OGN, but the one below that. And it worked for them. It was like, this was their strong strategy. And if this is what ISP Sucks is doing, I'm really excited to see it. If they pull it off, that was one of the most exciting games that I had ever seen.
actually sound impressive and like a really strong strategy. I always enjoy seeing somebody break from the meta. I mean, we have so many people playing League, so many people watch higher level League and believe that's just how it has to be done. That when you see somebody start something original, well, even not completely original, even if something they've seen done once or twice at a higher level, like that higher jungle strategy you just described, it's always fun to watch.
Oh, that game that I had seen, oh god, it really was the most exciting thing that I had seen. I watched that again and again. And what happened was they went through, they pushed all the way to the inhibitor, they took the inhibitor and they switched lanes, and by then, because this top laner was running teleport and farming both lanes, he was level 7 and everyone else was level 3, and he just dominated the game, and they ended up winning it in the 5th game of a very high pressure tournament. Let's see if the challenger team of Krooks does have an answer for it, if that is what they're doing.
Yeah, if Heimerdinger can get the start that he needs, that'll be quite a formidable Heimerdinger coming into the jungle. Those ganks can be quite devastating. Setting up with turrets, the counter ganks as well coming out of Heimerdinger will be interesting to watch. I always enjoy a Heimerdinger. I started playing. He was my champion. Of course, that is after the patch that gave him back those 3 turrets. But I did enjoy a Heimer, even when he had only those 2, even if he was only really viable into me.
Yeah, this strat that I was talking about did have the old Heimerdinger, so let's see how well it does with the new Heimerdinger. I want to see this crazy game. Please let that be the strategy.
No matter what happens, this game should be pretty crazy.
That is true.
If Blitz can land even 1 or 2 grabs before their 5-minute mark, it'll be quite impressive for him. You don't see a lot of blitzes coming out above the gold level.
And you know what? This strategy, it seems to have at least taken Krooks in the champion select a little bit by surprise. While Gragas and Orianna are pretty good at answering this because they do have a little bit of wave clear, still there were picks like the Morgana and the Gragas and the Lucian, which were really more towards the lane phase, like more towards beating the enemy in one-on-one or in lane phase. So by taking this challenger team out of its element, maybe we can see ISP Sucks come into this game in their own right.
Yeah, when you change even one or two things around, it can turn even the best of us on our heads. I've seen people caught out by less surprising changes. Of course, the challenger border on what is Panda's full name there? Think of being a fat panda, I believe.
An obese panda,
There we
yes.
go. Yeah, an obese panda on the Rengar, a second game in a row. Almost surprised the Rengar didn't get banned out, though I'm pretty confident he has a solid jungler pool. Do you have any insight on what else the obese panda there plays for us?
I do not, unfortunately. It looks like he plays other champions, though, because when I was looking through their history, it wasn't just Rengar every game. But if it's working for him and they're not banning it out, well, he's going to keep playing it until they do ban it. Being in Challenger, Rengar is probably banned quite often.
Yeah, Rengar was deemed pretty overpowered for a little while. We'll see. I mean, I don't see him banned out frequently, but I'm not exactly at the challenger level, of course, and I haven't been paying as much attention as I should to the higher level of play, aside from non-so-stock gaming tournaments where, you know, not only am I forced to watch, but I quite enjoy watching.
Oh, I'm really excited by this. Piesco standing near the top and Blitzcrank standing near the middle. They're probably not going standard lanes.
Looks
I
like
wanna see what
Krooks
they
is a
have
little bit
there.
confused about this. Rengar gonna start with his red buff. Heimer only has one turret down there at his buff. I'm not sure what's going on here. I would have expected a few more. We've got some trolling going on in the all chat there. Looks like it's all in good fun though, both teams at least being humored by the situation here.
It looks like I do have to set up a VPN, so I will be out for a little bit. I apologize. It
It's
is the
not a
same
problem.
server again.
Something you're able to do for yourself though?
Yeah, I know of some VPN services.
Alright, sounds good. Forward to having you back in the game. Alright, so it's PC signing off for a few moments. He will still be with us, but not actually in the game. We've got Donger in that mid lane with three other members of his team. He's not actually going to jungle per se, as he fed the blue buff to Ziggs. They're gonna try and force his mid turn. Let's just disconnect it. It has reconnected apparently. I'm surprised the pause didn't come out there. Ana and Lucian responding, coming to their bottom lane. Rengar also coming up from the jungle. Gonna be 4 versus 4 in the mid lane. Not the situation that I believe Reliable Internet is looking for. Kaling gets caught out. Burns are flashing out of there. It's not going to be enough. Oh, is enough to keep her alive as the rest of her team goes full ham. Jason in the mid lane. First blood goes over to Ziggs. That was a great grab by the Blitzcrank to get them first blood. Kaylin somehow staying alive even though she got down to 100 HP there, was forced to burn her Caliber Net and her Flash. Actually, I say Caliber Net, but I'm not sure she even has it. I didn't see it happen there. Blitz throws the grab, connects with Orianna, but the black shield is all over her. Got some ARAM plays here. There's 4 and 5 members of both teams stuck in the mid lane. Jace going top to potentially push that top lane a little more, while Lucian has responded to bottom to get it unlocked. Great Dark Binding comes out on the Heimerdinger, followed by the Orianna. And that's a kill for Heimerdinger onto the Orianna. It is 2 for 0 in favor of Heimerdinger. Another Dark Binding onto Heimer, he's at 100 HP, he flashes out though. Looks like Krooks simply not ready. Blitz grab comes out onto Gragas this time. Black Shield a little bit late there. Dark Binding comes in and lands onto Caitlyn, who's at 200 HP. Gragas goes in, but it's not going to be enough to take her down. Except for that extra turret hit comes in as the minions are cleared out. Costs Caitlyn her life and first kill. Two for Leveler is slightly ahead, but Heimer is pretty low. Orianna trying to push her advantage here. Blitzcrank goes in, goes down. Heimer escapes with his life, but Blitzcrank is sacrificed. Is even if the score is now 2 for 2 and pushing in the bottom turret, Rengar pushing in the top turret. That's the first turret of the game. Raven misses. How's my volume? Guys, everybody can hear me alright? Let's crank onto that mid turret with Heimer and Caitlyn. Putting Morgana there to defend it. Heimer starts taking a couple turret hits as Rengar comes in. Morgana finds a nice dark binding onto Blitzcrank, but it's not going to be enough to kill him as a 3 versus 2 fight. Oh, Blitz throws a grab, but a black shield is all over that Rengar once again. Evelyn taking a lot of pressure. Blitzcrank forced to flash out with the ignited on him. It might be enough. It is enough. He goes down. Caitlyn eating ignite as well. Takes some poke from the Orianna. One more auto attack. She's going to go down. Just Heimer to her left, but that's a double kill for Orianna. Did get that bot lane turret, and Vegas is top lane as well. Strategy seemed to be a good idea for Reliable in a substandard, a very non-standard strategy. And it worked out getting them the first 2 kills of the game, but they are now behind by 4 kills and soon to be 1 extra turret as Gragas is just pounding away on that top outer turret. Takes a couple turret hits as that advice gets initiated. Morgana lands a nice dark binding on a Heimer who goes down. Blitz lands to grab onto Orianna, but it's not the play he wanted to make as the Gragas barrel comes in, knocking them all apart. Blitzcrank goes down. Playable Internet just not having the pressure and the oomph they need to make this strategy work here. Communication from Krooks appearing to be key, as they are able to split push those side lanes and leave 3 members of their team to defend the mid lane. Remember, in the bottom lane with the Jace, we'll see if that's going to be enough to take down this Rengar. Rengar down to half health. Turns around. Not going to finish him off. That's an unfortunate situation. Gragas is well behind the turret on his eggs.
And I'm in through a VPN. I am back.
Alright, PC
No
back.
more
Another
issues.
a great grab grab from Blitz, pulling Orianna way out of position, but it's not going to be enough for his team to take her down as they're going to try and push the mid lane instead of taking that. Should have been a free kill for him. Dark Binding lands onto Caitlyn. They're not able to capitalize though. So what do you think of what's going on so far, BC?
I did not get to see the match so far, but it looks like their strategy has failed them.
They actually got the first 2 kills of the game and had some decent pressure in the side lane, so the Krooks have done a great job, in my opinion, farming out those side lanes and taking the turrets.
Absolutely. If this strategy doesn't get an inhibitor straight away on the first push before the enemy team can get to this level, if you don't get the inhibitor before people hit level 3 or 4, it's probably not going to work out and will just set you behind. So now they're behind against a team that, by rank at least, is stronger than them. And we'll see how they can, how they handle this. They do have tools through, you know, Heimerdinger, Ziggs, Jace. These champions are really good at farming it out. And let's see if they have the capability of doing so here.
Heimerdinger goes down again. That was some pretty ham plays coming out of Krooks, well behind that mid lane turret before taking it down for that Heimer.
Well, when you pick a composition like this and a strategy like this, you're guaranteed to get an exciting and quick game. It's just a matter of which one wins at that point.
It's a great grab onto Morgana. She pops her black shield to stay alive. Gonna be the second mid lane turret going over to Krooks. Blitzcrank looks like he wants to go in, but eats a Dark Binding, and it's gonna be a lot of punishment going down for him.
Smaller than the diagram.
Morgana sticking around with minimal health to get an assist.
I have to say, after those first 2 kills of the game, I was looking forward to watching Reliable Internet dominate this game. It just does not seem to be happening for them. We'll see if they can play it out to make the comeback they're going to need here. It's going to take quite a few minion waves to get them caught up in levels. Orianna sitting at about 100 HP though. We'll
Yeah, and
see if
Caitlyn
Ziggs
almost
takes
level
down.
6. Oh, Caitlyn. No. Those 3 minions will get you. Oh,
It was a good choice for her to go back, but unfortunately it wasn't quite soon enough as Rengar does catch her from the side. Gragas goes on to the Ziggs. Zig pops himself out, but it doesn't all look like he's going to get away from this one. Blasted into the wall. Gragas gets the last hit.
Jace doing his best to do his part in this. He just needs to get as strong as possible to be a pillar for his team to come back.
He saw the enemy team coming, but he decided the turret wasn't worth it. So now fight forward to cost him his life, but it is traded for that turret.
Worth.
That's what Jace is saying anyways.
He who claims it in all chat claims the worth.
We have Caitlyn claiming Yordle abuse. That was a great block of the ace from Morgana. Rapid Zip Flips does not connect.
Lucian deciding to back off and help defend against this. They're still being safe and not wanting the mid inhib to fall.
Rengar
Obese
picks off
Panther really
Blitzcrank.
abusing those bush mechanics. The teleport by Jace was stopped by Gragas. With the fight still going on bot lane. Does he have his ulti? Yes, he does. Pops him. He can probably take this Heimerdinger too.
Heimerdinger is
Run,
unfortunately
run.
getting a lot of punishment. He does go down there to the Gragas. This is
Orianna just ulti the Ziggs in the mid lane. Lucian dashes in. Looks like Orianna's giving away this kill. And they start dancing.
that is
The
definitely
ignite.
Yordle abuse. Iggs just starts laughing. What's going on? There was no getting out of that one.
Look at the item builds on ISP Sucks. They were really going all in for this early game.
So you see it coming across the Gragas as well, but does have the Rabadons make up for the lack of items. Members of ISP sucks trying to form real item builds now as they've sold one of their Dorian's blades. And that's a double kill for Rengar. They set them up nicely for this bottom inhibitor turret.
Long Dark Binding landing just at the very tip of it.
Yeah, seeing Dark Binding connect at its maximum range is always a nice situation when you're on Morgana. You're like, yeah, I did that. It's a skill shot. Nice.
Krooks
Trying to push them off of that inhibitor, even without the turret. Say once that turret's gone, if you're going to defend, the turret is down. You're just your life around the
Yeah, Krooks actually changing their playstyle from the last game and really being aggressive here in a dangerous situation. But it's working out for them just through sheer skill.
I mean, they are 2 and 3 levels above their opposition as well. They do have a slight level advantage, itemization advantage as well. Ragus with 2 needlessly large rods started there. He has finished the Dorans and got a second needlessly. Seems to be the only champion in the game with a full item. I apologize. Yeah, I see a TM out in the corner. Was that Holy Grail?
This one's looking pretty over, Dark.
Yeah, with 3-2, 23 kills, 19k to 31k. Here, 6 minutes in the game, Krooks is doing a really good job here of defending against the early disadvantage they had and turning the level disadvantage that was caused by the split pushes and the mid lane push into their advantage. Looks like they were caught off guard by the strategy at first, but they've done a great job of turning it back around into their favor.
Yeah, and ISP sucks doing the cheesy talking in all chat while doing Baron strat. Let's see if that works out for them. It's a risky move, Cotton. Let's see if that works out.
Looking to contest this Baron.
And the Caitlyn Q does show it. This is a potential quadra. Does he have it?
I guess they're just not happy with that. Zig's like, yeah, I gotta execute it. It's alright.
Executed.
That's a full round of executions.
Gragas is
Aside from
gonna
the Gragas
do
skill
this.
on Inhibitor.
Morgana flashing in to prevent the Caitlyn.
Jumps into the pit. The last hit hits Young Baron, but it's too late. She gets killed.
ISP sucks calling out some GGs.
Seems like they want Krooks to surrender, though. We'll see if Krooks does the awesome thing here. And well, no, they've got 2 minutes to end it. Only 1 Nexus turret left to go. And Elise and goes full ham and takes the Blitz down just outside the loop. And ulted for them. Not actually focusing the Nexus here despite it's being open.
Stat buffering. They want them kills.
As they do. Have to go 1 minute away from the surrender bar. The game is going to be done before that part. His minions are pushing down this Nexus.
Zig saying, looks like it's all up to me.
Ziggs being the only team member alive still. That's the game. 19-minute game going over Krooks.
Good.
I've seen shorter games from closer rated teams, so ISP Stokes did a great job of starting that out, actually getting the first 2 kills there before unable to outperform their It's doing a great job of showing why they are challenger and how they've gotten that far. Alright, and the next matchup we have here is going to be Krooks versus Y Baron Y. Looks like both of them advanced to the quarterfinal rounds there, and we'll get that game started momentarily. Just going to try once again to add a member of either team to my friends list here so we can get this game started. Alright, and Asian dude has just added me to his friends list. He's a member from Y Baron Y. So it looks like we will not have any issues getting this game onto the stream. It's getting our invites sent out here. I'm in the lobby. We'll get PCSR
PCs are better.
Oh, acronyms. What does it stand for? Anything?
PCs are better, like better than Macs.
I am not a Mac fan, so I will agree to that completely.
And hopefully the VPN holds up for lobby, because it's kind of buggy with the client, but it works for spectating.
Okay, not a problem. If we have to get you back into the after we actually get started, we do that.
I can just drop
Hopefully
my
we have you-
VPN for now and then connect it while we're loading into. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let me drop that VPN. Hopefully Skype goes through a different kind of internet, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
Could you
very true.
go ahead and send me a new invite?
Yeah, it should be on the way. Yeah, for those who don't know, Skype uses a different protocol completely from what your browser uses. So when you are moving or setting up your internet, if you have that modem and you have a phone line, you can generally use Skype without internet. It's a nasty little trick, but when I was setting up my internet a year or so ago, I could not call my ISP because I could not Google their number. So I logged into my computer, Skyped my buddy, and he sent me their number. So, just an interesting little fact for everybody. Skype is available, though, from when you don't have proper internet connectivity, as long as there is a solid actual connection, because of the protocol differences in the way internet service providers set up the firewalling and the blocks on their service that you're not actually able until they activate your accounts. Alright, enough techno mumble jumble. Got 5 members of one team. See if we can get 5 members of both teams into this lobby.
And it looks like they should be switching sides. Yeah, there we go.
Looks like they're working on that right now.
And it might be true that Krooks has challenger tier players, but Y Baron Y has challenger tier names over here with names like Swap and Chinubio Ren. Very nice.
Chunibyu Ren? I
Chinubio,
suppose.
it's like Japanese for middle schooler syndrome, or like, behaving like a child, playing fantasy.
I see. See if Y Baron Y can perform better than reliable internet did against Krooks. Fortunately, they only picked up those 2 kills at the very beginning, and then they were shut out completely. And we're into champion select.
Once again, I did not have time to research Y Baron Y, but let's see how they play this out.
Surprises are sometimes nice. I mean, we know a little bit about Krooks at this point. We've watched them play 2 games so far. That first game was pretty close, with all Diamond 1 and Diamond 3 summoners versus Krooks' challenger team.
Yep.
It's composed of Diamond 1, 2 Diamond 3 summoners as well.
Yep. And don't pay attention to the game name. It is Krooks on blue side and Y Baron Y on the purple side. They did decide that that Krooks' Rengar was just too strong for them to handle, and banned that right out.
As well as the Morgana. The Morgana is a fairly standard ban at the mid-tier of play.
Let's see if Gragas does earn another ban. Even though we didn't get to see him have impact in a traditional way last game. He was banned out in the first game. Or if they decide for somebody else like Yasuo or Lucian.
Two support bans coming out of Krooks here. The Braum and Thresh. Things they do not want to play against for one reason or another. We see a Lulu ban come out.
Respect ban going towards that first game, Lulu. He finally gets to play his Yasuo. I want to see this. If he's picking Yasuo over Gragas and Lucian, that means he's really confident in it, and he's really strong with it.
Yeah, we did see Yasuo ban out the first game, which could be why the Lulu came out. I'm not unfortunately familiar with the champion pool of either team here, aside from the ones we have seen them play in tonight's tournament.
Why Baron Y going with comfort picks, hovering over a variety of champions.
Seeing Yi and Yorick come out would be quite interesting. Yi is a really strong jungler right now, and Yorick is underestimated by a lot of people. Got some pretty impressive stats if you know how to play him.
They might take away this Gragas. I'd like to see them take away Gragas and Lucian, but they're deciding that Yi might be a higher priority for them personally.
So we did see Yi Gragas get locked in for my Baron Y.
I want to see what they pick along with the Lucian, if they're not picking up a high priority champion like Gragas on this first rotation of picks. Hovering over the cow.
Alistar, my first champion. Recently got reworked with this patch. I haven't actually read those notes yet, so it'll be quite fun to watch him come out if he does.
You know, I actually haven't read those notes either. All I heard was that it's a little bit harder to do his combo, but I want to know what those.
I believe
what
they
they really do.
reduced the cooldowns for his skill sets as well.
And for once, they have not picked up Lucian on an early rotation.
Get to see Lee Sin come out though. The early game dominance from Lee Sin. Brooks looking to get this one in the bag as early as possible, potentially.
Looks like Alistar was made to no longer be able to jungle. And his ultimate now applies immediately instead of after the end of the animation. Some damage stuff was reworked. And his knockup's no longer 1.5 seconds, but rather a 1 second stun and a 0.5 sec. I mean, a 1 second knockup and a 0.5 second stun. So that last 0.5 seconds can be Mikhailed, and it better matches the visual. Zyra and Maokai. Maokai locked in, very strong jungler this patch. Zyra being a counter pick slightly to the Alistar, trying to go for that 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, thinking back to the Alistar days, Zyra is definitely not a champion you want to be matched up against. Her, Morgana, and
I'm wondering if the Alistar might not be a bot laner. I saw a recent Alistar top lane pick as a counter to Gragas, so let's see what Obese Panda does pick.
Alistar soloing has always been semi-viable as an AD burst champion. However,
it looks like they might be using it.
Sorry.
Yep, he's using it as a counter pick to that Gragas. Gragas has this W which does a % health damage, but with Alistar's 50% damage reduction, he does have better dueling than the Gragas. And Money Mac Daddy does play the top lane Gragas, so he would know his counter matchups.
This should be quite entertaining to watch play out then. Alistar versus Gragas on the top lane, that teleport officially making sense. Looks like we're going to see Nami Tristana bot lane. Krooks versus the Zyra Graves combo. Graves not a champion you see coming out very often, though he is quite strong.
It looks like Twitch chat was correcting me. It wasn't his damage that got lowered, it was his mana costs that got lowered. So thank you for that, the only Vic 13. perhaps why I've been seeing him a little bit more often in the top lane. Maybe his mana issues are less of an issue now. And interesting to note, every game before this, Krooks was running an exhaust on their support, and this time they are running an ignite. Deciding, oh, never mind, they corrected me on the very last second.
Oh, they changed the spells on you.
Yeah, they switched from a teleport on the cow to an ignite, and they changed the ignite to an exhaust.
Alright, we have some more victories reported here. Seems like G lost to Mimic Fission, though we've not received a match report from that officially. Twitch chat is telling us. And we have Suprise I'm Back has been victorious. That is official. They have been moved up to, that's a round 3 win for Suprise victorious. Sorry, Suprise I'm Back. It appears they have defeated Dear God in round 3 qualifying for a semi-final position. It's going to attempt to confirm that. All looks pretty good there. Seeing a round 3 loss from Dear God, round 3 win for Suprise I'm Back. So congratulations to Team Suprise I'm Back being the first semi-finalist qualified tonight. You have qualified for a minimum of 800 RP. See how your next 2 games rest. We'll actually get to catch them playing against either Krooks or Baron Y. They are on the top of the bracket. Sorry, the top half of the bracket. So, Fission defeating Fear the Gaming, advancing into the quarterfinals. They'll be playing against SK Telecom T1. Our other quarterfinal matches are underway, or getting ready to start. We are about to watch Krooks versus Baron Y as a quarterfinal game.
I think the story of this match really is going to be told in the jungle. With mid Yi, is it? that should also be interesting, seeing the Yi versus Yasuo matchup. But it's really going to come down to whose ganks outshine who, because both of these junglers just love to gank all the time.
Just 30 seconds remaining in this delay. Maokai comes into his own a little bit later in the game, though, does he not?
With his recent rework, his ganks have been pretty solid all around. He is strong later in the game, especially with this new ultimate of his, but is no longer getting a delay on this snare of his. Means that he can come in and maybe not be dragged under tower like he used to be.
Alright, I'm just going to deal with a quick issue. I'm getting reports that the match report is not actually functioning for some people. Remember guys, it is important to type in your summoner name and your team name. Select the tournament, select the round. Click win or loss as you're checking in, and hit that report match button, and it should say, thank you for your match. The results should show momentarily, which means that it was successful in sending. It should be pretty much instantaneous getting to us. I just got the one I reported itself. For things, make sure you get that thank you message, or else we have not actually gotten your bracket. Can't be updated until we get those reports. Too long. It has advanced to phase. Okay, perfect. Mimic Fission, if a member of Mimic Fission is on the Twitch chat, please report your wins via the match report. Your opponent's reported a loss, so we can officially record that on the bracket. But let us know officially next time, please. Twitch chat it does suffice to get our attention, but have avenues that we are supposed to go through so that we have a proper paper trail of the tournament's event. The goalkeeper Mayokai skin.
These are a lot of matchups that I really want to watch. I want to see this Alistar versus Gragas, and I want to see the Yi versus Yasuo, both non-traditional picks and both supposed counters to the other.
I see. This is going to be a mid lane Yi potentially. I was not paying close enough attention to realize that the Yi and Maokai were on the same team with Maokai jungling.
And we do see that Obese Panda does have a Lee Sin for when his Rengar is banned.
Yes, this Lee Sin should be interesting to watch. It's always unfortunate to play against the Lee Sin, in my opinion, or an Udyr, as Lee Sin dominates the early game without question, and Udyr dominates the late game. Two very hard to stop champions when played correctly.
And Lucian, even though he got through the through the ban phase, he wasn't picked by either team, so perhaps it's not as high of a priority for Krooks as I thought it was.
Yeah, this will be the first game we're seeing without a Lucian in it.
Summoner's Rift.
Getting to see that rework on Lucian come through a bit, though he was nerfed, I suppose, so not as important as it used to be. Oh, Alistar shows and does not let the E walk into the bush.
And why Baron Y does set up a ward on the bush that Tristana is in the bottom tri bush.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Gragas gets a ward into push behind red buff, spotting out that Alistar, taking them out of their jungle. Sin's going to tend to go for his blue potentially.
Walking down to his red.
Will be a red buff start for Lee Sin, as Tristana and Nami are in place to leash, and Alistar is headed to the top lane.
Maokai setting up his saplings. It looks like it will be mirrors start, so they can potentially both gank top lane at the same time.
I am a little bit confused as to what's going on with the Yi.
He may just be sitting in that bush to watch
Taking
for...
out Wraiths? I wonder if he's going to try and take Wraiths before he goes to the mid lane.
Nah.
He's going for it. Alright.
He was probably just worried about the Alistar invade. And the first CS is down. The game has started. Neither bot lane missing on any experience, so we won't see any funky business with level 2s.
Something kind of interesting to note. When Gragas and Alistar walk into auto attack, it kind of looks like they're giving each other a hug. It's a friendly fight, I swear. Alistar
Slapping
taking
each other's belly. Looks like Alistar is getting pressured out though. He has started this flask start so that he can sustain, as has Gragas.
That's level ups for blue side in the bottom lane, as well as Alistar getting the first level in the top lane.
Lee Sin and Maokai running into each other in the jungle. We've seen early jungle fights from Krooks before. He does land his Q. Maokai flashes away and Lee Sin follows. He does have the red buff. Lee Sin has come in. Yasuo flashing over to come in. Ignite is down.
Ignite takes a nasty poke.
Will he
This
follow
is
the
gonna be
Q?
enough for first blood.
That will be. Alistar coming in as backup, chasing off the Gragas, preventing him from going for this, going for a prevention of the Lee Sin steal. And a successful invade, I would say.
Is that a wombo combo from Alistar? I think he just landed that.
Yeah, he just landed the combo. Didn't do much, though, it seems. I don't think Alistar's first 5 levels are his strong one, though.
Is it true? Alistar is a fairly late game champion. At least from my experience. I tend to build him as support, but solo lane can be interesting with him building pure AP.
He has already exhausted his flask. Gragas has 1 health pot left.
Gragas getting awfully low on mana though. We'll see if Alistar can out-sustain him.
In the bot lane, we just see Tristana's E consistently pushing. It seems that they had pushed out Zyra previously. The bubble does land. Will she go for it?
Not gonna
Oh,
be
she
quite
could
enough
have
to take
gone for
Graves
it.
down.
Maybe I'm
Decent
greedy, but I
top
won't.
lane.
Oh, yeah, she didn't want to go for it because Lee Sin in the top going for this. Maokai might come through as well now that Lee Sin's
Alistar
shot.
staying out a little bit longer than I thought. He flashes into that, taking an extra turret hit, 2 turret hits. It's gonna be enough to take him down. Executed. Sorry, not executed. Turret has
Yeah.
slain.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is an execution.
Yeah, Gragas didn't get the auto. He flashed for it though. Maokai waiting in the wings, knowing that the dive will happen, answers
Sin-
the kill.
Gragas, but it's down. Okay.
Looks like Maokai won't be able to get the CS. Yasuo pushing Yi back now. That early kill for him, giving him an advantage in this otherwise difficult lane. Maokai looking to come down through river, potentially bypassing wards, though there are none down, for a gank on Yasuo.
And at this early point in the game, there's a distinct lack of vision. Maokai comes in successfully behind the Yasuo. He jumps in. Not going to be enough.
Unfortunately, he does have 15 move speed less than the Yasuo, so Yasuo is able to just walk right out.
The camera comes right back up to this top lane as Gragas and Alistar just duking it out.
Lee Sin going for an invade on Maokai, looking to get another kill on him in the jungle.
Maokai down to half health. Lee might have this.
Neither of them have flash, and he ward hops. Oh, but
He's
he
not
does.
get the last hit.
Maybe he'll
though.
go for it anyway.
Jumps into Zyra. Just focusing on Zyra down to 200 HP. Maokai comes back in for the kill on Lee Sin.
Graves does have heal.
Graves calls its heal to keep the Maokai alive. Great teamwork.
A little bit greedy, I have to say, by Obese. Oh,
Gets his
level
ultimate onto
6.
Zyra.
Passive
Actually going to
from
cast him his
Zyra.
life. He does not dodge out the right direction. Oh, he tried to dodge the
The
Zyra
exhaust goes
passive.
enough. Yep.
It cost him an extra turret hit. 3 for 3. And Gragas gets blasted back into the turret. But Alistar's going to take a lot of damage with down.
He is level 6. If he needs to run, he has it. And Alistar, yep, was taken down. The level advantage for Gragas was just enough to beat him down. Yasuo was their first pick, and he is 2-1, which means that he's going to be having a good time carrying this game from his end. Meanwhile, Gragas was a high priority for Team Y Baron Y.
And Gragas is doing alright, though the Maokai seems to be the dominating force on their team. See how that works out for Y Baron Y, with the jungler having the majority of their kills right now. Not the
He
goal
really
you'd
has been
expect.
playing well, making sure to do counter ganks at appropriate times and getting kills in that way, even though he has been getting bullied out of his own jungle.
Krooks doing a great job with pressuring his bottom lane as the gank comes into the mid. Yasuo walls in.
They land the Q and the Yasuo tornado at the same time, coming in with tons of damage all at once.
That was pretty much an unsurvivable gank against that E. He's got caught out under his turret. Alistar
Yeah.
trying to chase down the Gragas, having already popped his ult from the looks of things. Gragas comes
Yeah,
back in.
He does have flash still, so maybe he thought that he was just outside of range of it all. Lee Sin does secure the red buff, another successful steal, and walks right out. Alistar going for it on the Gragas. Gragas levels up during the combo.
Last Alistar into the turret right into the ultimate. And Namiog comes out as well. Just catches the Zyra. Catches Gragas, or Graves as well, actually. Tristan jumps into him. Might be enough to take this kill. One more auto attack.
It is,
double
and
kill for
Gragas
Tristan.
does chase down Alistar. Alistar keeps comboing and healing, though he used his Ignite. Delicate situation with Maokai coming in. He has to do it right now or never.
That's going to be a kill still on to
and his
Alistar.
cooldowns just were not there.
0
Really well
3
played by
Alistar.
Alistar,
Not what
though.
I wanted to see. Oh. Apparently you can milk those.
Yasuo doing a disrespect back right in front of Yi, just outside of his tower. Saying, come at me, bro.
Fairly even kill score with no turrets down at the 10-minute mark. Krooks is up by a solid 2k gold though. We'll see if they're able to maintain that gold advantage as the play seems to be going back and forth in both directions. Donna doing a great job in the bottom lane now, 2-0, up by a 40 farm. Double her opposition's farm, 2 kills to 0. Donna and Yasuo will be forces to be reckoned with in the late game.
Yasuo even pushing down to the tower of Master Yi, who is known for pushing very hard.
We'll see if the Alistar can maintain the utility he needs in this late game. Just keep together. That's a great Yasuo, but Yasuo gets too low to stay in there. He is down to 200 HP. Alpha's on to Sin but gets deleted.
Maokai out of mana.
And the Gragas, sorry, the Yasuo comes back in there. That's a double kill for Sin. Krooks slowly coming back into their own here.
Double team's turret has been
They do take down that mid turret. This will allow Yasuo to roam even more than he was previously. They're looking for Dragon.
Alright, and that's now 2 turrets to 0 as they pick up the mid and bottom lane turrets. See if they convert this into a dragon as well. Which, as BC said, they will. Wyvern
Even using Yasuo wall to reduce the damage they take just in case.
Wyvern why not in position to contest that dragon. It goes over cleanly. Krooks. Zyra
Why Baron,
again,
why crying, why Dragon, why right now?
Zyra hard hop there. He's gonna throw his Q again, lay it on to Graves, but he ults him almost out of range. See if he can jump back in there with a secondary Q. If the Q onto Graves, he's gonna put turret camp for that kill is gonna cost him. Not gonna cost him his life. Yes, going to cost him his life. Almost for that.
Close. Very close there. Almost got
healing
him.
an extra Q onto her. Almost got him out of that turret range in time, but
Looks like Gragas is really bullying Alistar in the top lane now. Alistar being consistently low on mana, just trying to sustain and farm. This is not what you want to see as an Alistar.
Gragas, I would imagine, being a fairly tough opponent for Alistar. As Gragas has a fair amount of sustain. We have Yi and Mao in the top lane. Just picking on Alistar now. By taking that turret, letting his teammates do the damage they need to, he gets out his life. That's a 4th kill going over Alistar. Push down this turret as well, potentially Lee Sin. Looks like he's too far out to respond, though he's trying.
Yasuo answering by pushing through mid.
This could be a trade of an outer for an inner turret.
been destroyed.
He's going to get there, potentially in time to stop Yasuo from taking it. Turret down to half health in the mid lane.
Yasuo is probably very confident that he can just kill Yi if Yi tries to come in on him.
His turret has been destroyed.
Oh, the turret goes down just before Yi gets there. Not the situation Yi was looking for.
With another 4 minutes until Dragon comes up, it looks like the play that's going to be happening is for buff control.
Baron Y afraid to go in here as Krooks takes his blue buff.
With all of the pink wards that are controlling the bottom jungle of Y Baron Y, Obese Panda and Miller Light are able to freely roam around. Alistar coming in for a pinch, and then exiting when he realized he didn't get there in time.
Oh, he gets
Comboing
caught
the
out and goes
ultis.
down. That's a great wombo combo, the Yasuo Lee. Donna jumps.
Doing it instantly so that Lee Sin is in range just shows the communication and experience that they have playing together as a team.
Zyra, and she goes down as well. gets out of his life though. Maokai comes in to save him. Tristana potentially here getting the double kill onto Maokai, but she's down to 200 HP and it goes down to Graves. Maokai making some plays here down to 200 HP. But they pick up the kill on Nami
it's
as well.
successful.
Alistar coming in.
Alistar does have flash. Graves just walking it off. And down he goes.
Suo Ignite on him down to 200 HP. We'll see if he can... Gragas picks up the kill with the barrel.
This finally gives them an opportunity to start clearing out the vision of their own jungle. I want to see a lot more sweepers being bought up by Y Baron Y.
Yeah, we've only got one sweeper in the game for both teams. Sorry, for either team. There's technically two sweepers in the game. Those 8 warding totems. As we hit the 15-minute marker, I'm surprised more of those haven't been switched over to sweepers.
We see an awkward back timing coming out from Yi, just as people are starting to push through. It doesn't matter though. Lee Sin sitting in base waiting on an item, it appears. Gets an early Ruby Sightstone. Looks like he's wanting to play a lot of insect, make a lot of insect plays. Tristana pushing down on that top lane, securing the free global gold that is available. Yasuo forcing the flash out of Gragas. Nami's bubble just barely missing Maokai, and Maokai backing out safely in that bush. Meanwhile, mid, they are diving successfully. Just now has bot lane taken bot lane of Y Baron Y taken their turret and decided, hey, maybe we should come back to try to defend inhibitor.
Getting there after that inhibitor turret goes down is not going to be a great situation for them. We have 4 members versus 2 here. Lee comes in, Nami comes in as well, but Nami on next. We turn into a 4v4. Maokai goes down.
That should be in the inhibitor and potentially one more turret. Ooh, a Lee Sin Q misses and Alistar's being taken very low. Snare
the
lands.
Stranglethorn lands. But it's not enough to kill him. That's surprising. Alistar becoming a bit more beefy than he was to start. He has reached level 11.
Krooks really being a lot more aggressive with their play now than we saw in the first game. They feel secure in the knowledge that they will win team fights.
They could just be riding out the hype of the last game as they got such a large level advantage so early due to the strategy that reliable internet tried to bring out against them. Fortunately unsuccessfully.
What is Miller Lite doing?
Suo gets caught out 4 versus 1 here. See if he can get away. He
Get
won't
away?
into them for a... Wow.
Yeah. Very aggressive play. 2 for 2 though. Worked out. Alistar does finally have his Triforce, so he is doing a bit more damage. Core item on top lane, Alistar. Tried in solo queue, just not in my games, please. Some kills being picked up again by Krooks.
Krooks now up by 10k here. They get another kill on 2 Graves. That's 4 members of Y Baron Y going down.
But they do answer with the Alistar kill on that last one. Looks like
true,
Krooks
Alistar.
finally deciding to regroup a little bit.
Alistar sacrificed himself for those 4 kills. tend to farm out the jungle here, getting set up for the next team fight. This map control is exactly what we'd expect from a challenger level team. Getting set up, getting ready, and then going in when they are solidly ahead, taking those fights. Suo just deleting Maokai here.
Every player on Krooks is able to handle any player on Team Y Baron Y right now. We see the leftovers of the previous engagement by Wraiths with the 3 wards over in the same spot from Lee Sin doing his little dance. Yasuo and Graves going at it again. I mean, Gragas.
You see Alistar coming up to help the Yasuo, which isn't going to be necessary as Gragas is already running. But an engage around this bottom turret as well. Graves hits half health. Tristana jumps onto him and finishes his job. He eats a Nami off as Tristana is just pounding away on. That's a triple kill for Tristana. Takes a couple turret hits, goes down to 200 HP, might get deleted here.
No amount of heals were able to keep her alive.
I was like, Gragas secured the kill on that one, but Gragas is going to get deleted as well. Just Maokai left here.
And they are chasing the kill. And the forfeit comes out. Well played, everyone.
Alright, Krooks has officially advanced to a semi-final position. Congratulations to Krooks. Well played by not reliable internet, that was our last up by Y Baron Y. Putting up a decent fight there, getting a 15 against that team. Only behind by 2k gold at the 10-15 minute mark, but did fall apart a little bit there as into their own champion level. Alright, so I'm gonna get to winning, exit onto the bracket, make sure everybody else is all has defeated Y Baron Y, securing a semi-final position, which means they will be hitting at least 800 RP per team member tonight. They're going to be facing Suprise I'm Back, who is also qualified for a semi-final position, and happens to be on the same side of the bracket, so we're not actually going to have any kind of major delays here, at least during this matchup. We are still
And
waiting
Surprise did take out Dear God in their previous match, and I know Dear God to be a very strong team, so I'm excited to see this match between Krooks and Surprise.
Might be in for another good game between Krooks and a higher level team. Our first game we watched, Krooks is looking for Lol Honeys, was extremely close, so this will be another close game as well, and maybe we've finally found a team that can knock Krooks off this victory streak. Just gonna double check the team rosters here, guys. See, make sure I have somebody from both teams on my friends list, or at least one of the teams on my friends list, so we can get an invite to this game. Once again, this is going to be Krooks versus Surprise I'm Back. Alright, apparently Cheeto's Rule from the Twitch chat is actually on Surprise I'm Back. So I'm going to add him to my friends list here. Get an invite to this game for us. As I type it in the wrong place, and everyone just watch me do that. Can
Both
only
teams
have-
frantically researching the other teams in these small windows between games, trying to figure out their picks and ban phases.
Yes, there's only 10 minutes allowed between games when the bracket is updated. So once you have your opponent and it's been showing there for 5-10 minutes, your game does have to get started, but you are allowed a couple of minutes to do that research. Cheetos. Here we go. Get this game, or get us into the lobby momentarily, guys.
Looks like Surprise has been having a little bit of difficulty in their ranked fives history, but they're doing well in this tournament so far. Let's see how they're able to handle against Krooks, the number 7 team.
Is Surprise and Back's team rank at the moment?
I believe it is Gold 1. Yeah.
Still, it is better than Bronze, and Bronze is where all of my teams have seeded so far.
We gotta form a caster team after this game, or after these matches.
A little bit of hate on the members of, oh, team name. Forgot it. Surprise, I'm back. Cheeto's Rule calling his top lane subpar. You realize that was on stream when it popped up on my Twitch chat. Or not my Twitch chat, my League client chat. Just waiting for this invite. Get this round 4 semi-final game started momentarily. Once again, guys, these are the money games at this point. Semi-finalists are fighting for a position in the finals, or in the bronze bracket to determine 3rd and 4th place, though I imagine they all want 1st or 2nd place finish.
It looks like ban phase will be a little bit hard to pin down on Surprise on Back. They tend to play all over the place. It even seems as though some of the players are capable of playing more than one role.
When you get into that level of play, I should hope that you can, play multiple roles at a half decent level, especially in solo queue. I mean, it's difficult to exceed their platinum in solo queue without either dodging or learning multiple roles. Of course, dodging the easier strategy. Still waiting on this invite. Does not seem that Cheeto's Rule has gotten into lobby yet, so it could be that Krooks is taking a moment to form it up, possibly not realizing that as a blue side they're supposed to form the match. I believe they are on blue side. Yes, they are on top of the bracket, but it's their responsibility to actually create that lobby and take blue side. We're just waiting for that to happen. There you go, it looks like they're getting the team select and I have an invite. Oh no, Cheeto's Rule has left the game. Alright, here we go. So we've got 2 diamonds, 3 diamonds, 4 diamonds, and a platinum versus the multiple diamond team, all showing challenger due to that team rank. Both teams appear to be ready for champion select, and we're going to get into this game.
Thresh being one of the favorite picks from Cheeto's Rule in his recent games. He's been playing, it seems, Thresh and Morgana all the time, so if they're going to target ban one person, that is an option. Though, having first pick, they might just pick away the Morgana.
And Braum banned out nice and early. Seems like nobody wants to play against them. Thresh, of course, my go-to champion when Morgana is banned out. Braum, something I do not have experience on, though do not enjoy laning against. He seems to be a dominating force in every game he attends in.
Absolutely. And it looks like Krooks taking a lot of time to discuss what they want to ban. It seems they might not have had a ton of time for research, taking down to the very last second before deciding to ban Kassadin on that last rotation. The instant ban coming out for Rengar, of course, respect ban for these previous games. That's interesting. Krooks actually banning out their own Lulu.
Keeping everybody on their toes. Speaking of that Rengar ban, I'm going to say I think he performed a little bit better on Lee Sin, but it's not going to matter because they're going to ban out both of them.
And Yasuo being instantly picked up, probably banning out the Lulu, knowing that he wanted the Yasuo instead.
Yeah, I imagine laning a Yasuo versus a Lulu would be a little bit more difficult than most other matchups for him.
And he does have the Orianna as well, as we've seen, in case Yasuo did get banned.
Or I guess an Evelynn getting locked in almost instantly.
We've seen that Gragas has been really a dominating force in all of the games that we've seen him in today. And Eve just always having pressure.
Be the first Evelynn jungler of the night. There's that Lucian pick coming out. He locked in second this game. We didn't see him in the last one even though he was available. And another Nami pick.
I really do think that Nami is the second or third strongest support right now. I think she's even stronger.
Number one support.
Braum. There's no question, you always go with Braum. Other than Braum, I'd say Morgana's really high up there on the list, but Nami does have a decent lane phase against it. Just have to make sure you're not getting hit by those binds.
Nami is a definite strong support champion, something I don't like playing against at all. Sadly, something I'm not capable of playing at.
We all gotta work through it, man. Corki being picked as an answer to Lucian. With Lucian's reduced range, I do like the Corki pickup. Lucian being very strong at dueling, Corki being the best at dueling. Saying, oh, you got all this mobility? That's okay, I'll just kill you when you come to fight me. Let's see what support they might pick up here, if they're not picking up an answer to the Yasuo at this moment.
It's a very good question. It seems like they're taking their time deciding what this one's going to be. Everything else getting locked in almost instantly, but this Corki is only being hovered over right now as he waits for Deceitful to select a champion.
You know, I really would want to see a Leona.
There it is. Wow. I would say you said it as you saw it, but you definitely started saying that right before it appeared. You had a Leona prediction.
Zac being hovered. He's trying to find an answer for this Gragas. I do like Ryze. He has to go with something tanky enough to survive the Leona. So he can't go just a straight up assassin. I would like an Aurelia if he's capable of playing it. Personally.
What's it?
And the Vi being picked as a combo for the Yasuo.
Is it Krooks or their opponent we saw on Aurelia earlier? Because we did see an Aurelia versus Riven matchup.
I believe that was their opponent that was playing that. I believe that was looking for... Well, maybe not. Yeah, I was definitely looking for Lol Honeys. They had the Orianna and Riven combo. So... Yeah, no, it was Krooks running Aurelia. I don't know why he's not running an Aurelia into this. It's capable of weaving through and locking down who it needs to. Potentially picking up Ryze for hybridization of damage.
All right.
And they have to come up with an answer for Yasuo here.
Not even sure what does well against a Yasuo anymore. I could look up Yasuo counters and see what they're potentially going to pick. That's probably exactly what they're doing right now.
Well, classically it would be a Lulu that you'd pick against it, just capable of completely shutting it down, but they did ban out the Lulu. Fizz is an answer to pretty much anything. It's always difficult for Fizz in the early game, but being able to dodge everything makes him a good answer. It'll come down to how it's played, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I don't get to see a lot of Fizzes come out all that often anymore, though he is a great assassin, kind of akin to the Kassadin that was banned out.
Let's see if they do stick with these summoners. They've been messing with me until the very last second every game. Running the Ignite on the Nami and the Exhaust on the Leona is counter to my intuition, but they've been trolling me all day.
Got Exhaust on Leona now, as well as the heal on Corki. Everything seems to be lining up mostly alright here. We've got some Twitch chat talk saying that the combo is pretty good, but there's not quite enough tank on purple side. Or is that blue side they're talking about? My bad, it's blue side. But not quite enough tank on Krooks' team here, with just the Vi being tanky versus that Leona. And again, I guess they have the Rise as well, who tends to build off tank.
And yep, Shiniko was just trolling me again, switched to the Exhaust in the last second. Does it every time.
Gotta keep us on our toes.
There was no way she would run Ignite into that. Being able to exhaust Corki's damage is so important. And Corki recognizing that he's exhausted and holding on to his spells is just as important.
That's a good point. Exhaust only lasts, what, 3 or 4 seconds?
Yep, those CDs are important. The fight's going to last throughout past the exhaust, and most of his damage is coming from these spells, so if they're being reduced by 50%, it's not very effective, and I would rather hold on to them until just after the exhaust wears out. Let's see if we see a situation like that in the game, though.
A minute and a half of spectator delay remaining here. We're going to see an Evelyn versus a Vi in the jungle. First time we're seeing both of those coming out tonight. Two very different jungle styles, too.
Yeah, Vi being picked up for the level 6 Wombo combos, and Evelyn being picked up for the pressure before that even happened. Purple team here, Suprise, I'm back, has really picked to just strongly dominate the lane and swing over that pressure of winning lane phase all the way through and just win the game off of winning lanes. And let's see how Krooks answers that. If they're able to maintain their lanes, and they should be able to, considering the caliber of their play, it will be an interesting game. Both teams have really strong mid game as well.
Is FDG Reaper playing tonight? One sec, guys. I just wanna. Team 10 reporting a pentakill. Always fun to see pentakills come out. Still no match report for those quarterfinal games between Mimic Vision and SK Telecom, as well as Team 10 versus Mimic Toronto. So following this Krooks Surprise I'm Back game, we may have a slight delay. We have to jump into the other semi-final game depending on when that gets started up. Alright, just 5 more seconds till we hit load screen.
And I hit my VPN. Awesome.
At least it's not Riot this time.
If you excuse me, I will be right back. I have to take care of something. Be back before we are done loading.
Not a problem. Alright, PC AFKing for a moment. Going to be just myself right now. double-sided soup. See how right or how wrong you are momentarily. Seen some interesting team compositions come out tonight. Everything is shifting away from the tank meta, apparently. Lots of damage everywhere, lots of mobility. CC wins games. See if the lack of tanks here makes a huge difference as the Leona gets beefy. Or the Vi gets beefy. No Triumphant Rise skin on Muddy Mac Daddy. Not sure if that's because he doesn't have one, or because he just likes that Dark Crystal Rise. Alright, we're into the game now, but the pause comes out right away. Looks like somebody may not have connected.
Hopefully they don't have to set up a VPN too.
Said it was an ISP that seemed to be having problems.
Yeah, it looks like a connection just after Telnia. Before I was having a connection with Telnia.net a while ago, which is like a level 3 or one of those big ISPs like that.
It's been a rough couple of months for infrastructure providers for the internet. We've had a number of fairly serious connectivity problems throughout the countries, I guess I should say North America. So not all connection problems are Riot's fault, though we do like to blame Riot for these things. It is unfortunately out of their control as well as ours, whether the internet itself has the backbones that it needs to stay alive and get the connections where they need to go.
Yeah, short of paying on behalf of other ISPs for better connections to tier 1 ISPs, there's really nothing Riot can do, and that's asking way too much of them.
True. They're already spending millions maintaining the number of servers they do, or to have to maintain both the data center and their own internet connections as well as the infrastructure between their data centers and yourself would be, well, Walmart. That's a monopoly, folks.
So what do you think of the Lucian rework now that you've seen him a few games today?
It doesn't seem like they changed as much as they could have, of course. The nerfs aren't meant to leave him as similar as possible to his original self while toning down the edge he had over most ADCs. It's like
His win rate actually has gone up 4% since the rework in solo queue, at least.
Yeah, Rito, please. That's a nerf. Are they calling it a rework? Or did they say that they nerfed him? Like I haven't...
Oh no, it's always been a rework. They were trying to bring the strength of him away from just being like purely damage and things like that and moving it more towards mobility. So we do see Yasuo's dashing around every 3 seconds if a team fight does break out.
Seems like Krooks are not yet ready. Team's deciding its pause time is what? Yeah, I'll pause and repause the game as a member of Krooks has AFK'd for a moment due to the pause. It just did not get back quite in time.
Oh, I guess they did get back just in time.
Alright. I think that not ready was all for naught.
Yeah, it looks like just before the pause came off, there was a ready call.
But perfect timing. Seems like, well, I hope both teams saw that in time, but it seems like they did.
Ooh, level 1. We might see something happening here. 5v4, and the 4 are aggressing.
Level
They
1's
really
back
like
on the
that
side.
word, but I don't know if it'll work out for them.
Leona leashes in onto Yasuo.
Yeah,
gonna
yes,
have to catch
but
him
it
out.
does have that really high base move speed, though. 350 move speed.
He starts to go B, but thinks better of it.
It all worked out in the end, and they got that ward, which tells them where they're starting. If I were watching this game, and I were a team that was going to face Krooks in the final, I would send 5 people to that banana bush outside of blue, just knowing that they're going for that ward every game.
It's an interesting play to see from blue side for them to invade in that position. Normally when we see level 1 fights, it happens on the blue side, not the purple side, all around that tri-bush for first blood. This seems to be the most common first blood situation.
Actually, that ward was placed a little bit early. They decided better at it, so it won't give them any information. However, there is a ward on the red buff telling them, hey, Eve's starting here.
Is there a word on that red buff? I'm blind. Ah, there is, okay. Suo versus Fizz in the
Yasuo
mid
and
lane
Fizz
will be
already
interesting.
decking it out.
One fight's changing the game. No kills yet. Everybody trying for it though. Fizz goes in onto Yasuo. Yasuo seems to do most of the punishing though.
That Yasuo shield is just so strong in early game trades. And he has hit level 2. Doesn't get anything of it though. As far as the side lanes go,
well soon. Rise
there
is
it
level
is.
2, so does Greg as he body slams in. Level 2
Even
comes
trade.
across the bottom lane as well. And we see Fizz jump over the tornado from Yasuo.
Yasuo has hit level 3 as Eve comes in. Will he have some misplaced? No, Eve shows herself.
Vi, of course, looking in for that counter gank or potentially just taking the raids. Seems like she's going to be content to farm race while Yasuo pushes the lane onto the Fizz.
Oh, Fizz is going in, but he's run out of mana.
Both of them off the low, that Ignite is on to Fizz,
Oh,
but Yasuo goes down to the
Took a
turret.
shot.
And Vi
And
was
Fizz
not in
leveled.
place to respond to that. That is an unfortunate situation as their
He'll
communication
flash
apparently
it.
fails
Flash
there.
it, too. Oh,
Fizz
no.
gets out.
No. Oh.
Great plays by Surprise on back. So Fizz can go in the bottom lane for the last 3 versus 2.
And Greg is
First
finally
here.
bullying this Rise off. Rise is out of mana. It seems they're debating about whether or not to stay in the top lane. Both of them are in a very dangerous situation.
And both Rise and Gragas sitting around 400 HP. That's one burst worth of health. Gragas regenerating a little bit faster than Rise, though. We'll see if it turns into his favor. Oh yeah, the dash on Lucian is a lot faster now. He just jumped right out of that. Orky's sitting at 200 HP trying to get his farm on, though.
And his dash is immediately back up. 0 mana cost dash on a low cooldown. Righto, please.
Vi in the top.
Great,
all of
Gragas
his
flashes from the Vi. And a bot lane engagement happening.
Yeah, Corky goes down. That's a solid
Seems
kill.
bubble landed.
He's gonna let Lucian just get his farm on here. I'll reorder the scoreboard quickly. Everybody watching and not be confused by the ordering of our champions. But Fizz going in onto Yasuo.
To knock
Yasuo
up those
not quite
land
level
speed.
6 yet.
Looks like Eve has gone around him. Fizz showing that by stepping up. Even Gragas came down for this engage. But nothing comes of it. Gragas sticking around. And for the first
Evelyn
time this game,
deep
we
in
do
blue
see.
side's jungle.
Yeah, Vi has been in counter jungling Eve all game, and it's her getting revenge now.
Not sure if it's your mic or your VPN, but you're occasionally a little bit garbly on me there. Not our technical difficulties here, guys.
Well, it
Thanks,
shouldn't be
onto
the
the Gragas.
VPN because it's Skype.
No, it must be our Skype connection. Ooh, Yasuo goes down in the mid lane as Evelyn comes out for a great gank. Vi potentially going to do something about that, getting pinged out. Or the Evelyn getting pinged out. Vi is content to go to that mid lane and try to hold the turret. No. Surprise, I'm back. That's up for a dragon here. Vi walked in.
Fizz trying to
with-
clear
she,
this.
she had vision there. I'm not sure why she walked in head first.
Leilona E does land on it. I think she just thought that she could stop the dragon by doing it. Fizz was out of mana and fairly low, so the rest of the team had to go on her. And it worked.
That it did. She did interrupt that dragon. I'm surprised that that played out the way it did for Vi. Vi making the
Are-
right call walking into that bush.
Are you surprised? Oh, that's bad.
It's not the worst pun I've heard, don't worry. There's a Yasuo in this game, so I can guarantee you a worse one could come out. But I will refrain for the time being.
Surprise, I'm back actually not playing the Rise this game. That being Krooks.
Of course, Gragas looking to say that every time he hits the lane. Surprise, I'm back. They are both sitting fairly low in both HP and mana in that top lane, but Evelyn's coming up to the end
And
of the game.
Gragas does have his ultimate. And Rise has flash to answer it though. If Gragas lands his ultimate, it's all over for Rise.
Lands it into the
Ah,
wall,
it
but
wasn't quite good
Evelyn's not quite able. Sorry. Yeah, Evelyn's not quite able to respond in time. Gragas down to 200 HP there.
Yeah, they only did this knowing where Vi was with all of this excellent ward coverage provided by Eve every time she goes into the jungle. This mid lane tale is a tale told by kills and CS. With Yasuo doubling the CS of Fizz, but Fizz being up 2 kills on them.
That's about what I would expect from a Fizz Yasuo matchup. As Yasuo is level 6, Fizz takes a lot of pressure there. He does go down.
By not needing to ulti in that engagement either, still getting the assist.
It's a good situation for the buy. So they might set up for a dragon.
They're
here,
immediately
who's gonna clear
looking-
the ward.
Yeah, Eve is
Fine,
pretty
she
good
is
at stealing these though. But she decides not to go for it.
That's the first dragon in the game. It'll go around 9:30.
I want to see more aggression coming out of this bot lane from Surprise I'm back. And Eve is coming in to back them up so they can do just that.
See if Eve playing in the bottom lane will work out in her favor.
Leona is almost level 6, they might be waiting on this. And Eve is wrapping around another direction to come in.
And they have a ward there, but it's not a vision ward, so she's not actually going to be seen.
They can turn right now.
And they get pushed into the turret with.
And they do get
behind them.
6 just in time as well.
Teleport coming in from the top.
She
lane.
has not leveled up her ulti, she needs... Oh,
Rise
Leona
gets a
did
kill
get
onto
6 just
Leona.
before that. engagement, but she did not level up her ultimate for use in it.
Interesting choice if she just missed it, or missed the timing on it, or whether she grabbed another skill instead.
Yeah, it appears that she grabbed another skill. She was probably holding down control to level up the ultimate as she was pressing E to engage. And she took a second point in E instead of a point in her ultimate.
That would be an unfortunate situation for her. That could be a game changer. Just little things like that sometimes. Get to level 7 for her ultimate. Quirky goes down to the 2v1 in the bottom lane.
Gragas dominating the Ryze in this top lane, continually pushing him off. Not dominating him in kills, but always having him pushed in and getting more tower damage.
They have a fight in the jungle. By getting probably Lotus, Evelyn, Yasuo comes in. That's going to be Evelyn down.
All you need is a little knockback before the Yasuo comes in. And an ultimate will surely do that too. Fizz looking for an engagement. Nope, just running away. Gragas versus Ryze in the top lane. Very close. Ryze Gragas flashing away.
Greg is forced to back out into that
Missing
push.
his barrel.
Not sure why Rise not looking to capitalize on that. Then again, chasing down kills is always gonna die yourself.
Yeah, I think he just knows that his mobility isn't quite as good as Gragas's, and he does
So
not
is in
have
trouble.
flash with his
Goes down to the Evelyn.
And the egg won't be enough for the Fizz. Vi does have a setup for an ultimate down in bot lane, but it's not off cooldown yet.
It's not a P. Running back has vision on this Vi, though. Doesn't even know she's there the way they're playing. Evelyn coming into the bot lane as well. Potentially just looking up for another play under their turret.
Perhaps Vi is just sitting in this bot lane as a counter ganker because she's not providing anything in a situation like this otherwise.
Wasting a lot of time in that bush.
Well, Eve is about to wrap around, so she will be... No? Oh, okay, awesome. Caster's Curse. Now they turn back around to go, oh, poor Vi.
There's gonna be a fight in the bottom lane as the Namiel comes down. That's a kill on the Quirky. I'm gonna turn him face to Leona, but both mid and the jungle are coming in here. We'll see if this plays out any different before the Fizz gets up a kill. That is Lucian down for the first time in the game.
And Yasuo does what he always does. He's just going to push down mid lane as an answer.
That is a pretty good answer for most things, though. Gragas belly snapping out of that play with Rise. And a teleport coming in from the Gragas. Leap Rise free to arm but push that top turret. Interesting use of teleport. Suo now all the way up into the top lane trying to get away from the 3 and 4 members of Surprise the fact they're chasing him down.
Looking to be a 4v3 here. The ultimate comes in from Yasuo. They trade 1-for-1 so far. The Gragas ultimate is prevented by the Yasuo wall. That's a big cooldown being thrown off. And Yasuo
Leona
does flash
somehow
for the
still
Leona,
alive.
but Leona survives it just by throwing out that Q. And she did level up her ultimate at level 7, so... Gragas trying to do some work back on Rise, but
Gragas goes
maybe not the best of
Yasuo.
ideas. Yasuo
Leona
does
gets
land
caught
the... Up. And Yasuo just goes back to pushing down mid, doing what he does best.
That's a good point. There's not going to be anybody able to respond to this mid push from Yasuo, having most of their team just been decommissioned. We shall call it. That was a fairly one-sided team fight, unfortunately. The Fizz came in and looked like he had a huge advantage as the rest of his team was there to respond, but Krooks members coming in a tiny bit late were able to get all the damage they needed.
And while this was going on, Krooks did secure the blue side, the purple side blue buff for themselves. Eve finding out that she's been had and coming around for a potential gank here.
away from the Lucian though.
Yeah, she saw the Vi coming in. And they've got one on the Leona.
Oh, the poor Leona gets caught out. She's going to set Krooks up for the dragon opportunity. That's the second dragon of the team. Krooks doing a great job here of controlling the map objectives.
You know, Cheeto's Rule was talking some crap about their laner before the game, but looks like their top laner's having one of the better games amongst them. As Krooks comes in and just sweeps through mid lane.
It's true, he's only behind in farm to their ADC. He full 30 farm above that Fizz. He is performing as one of the best on their team.
Engagement going in through Vi and the non-ultimate, both of them missing and the tornado missing, so Yasuo hasn't had a chance to use his ultimate this fight yet.
Set up to siege that mid turret all the way down though. Potentially get this inhibitor as well. There's only 11 seconds till Fizz comes
If
in.
Yasuo
Four
drops
members.
the ultimate. Yasuo does have his wall, so Gragas' ultimate is ineffectual. A DC has happened, but no pause has happened. She's back.
Seems like she may have just lagged out there momentarily. It's the second DC and reconnect we've seen without a pause coming out. Not the second one this game, but second one overall tonight. Seems like everyone's being affected a little by the infrastructure issues going on with the internet at the moment.
Looks like surprise I'm back, setting up for a flank on Yasuo. But Yasuo's just so fast, it doesn't really work out for them. Krooks just taking this time, securing that free gold up top, as they are wont to do.
That is the 5th turret going over to Krooks. That makes it 5-1, having an 11k gold lead at this point in the game. And I have a report that Mimic Vision has emerged victorious over SK Telecom, meaning our second semi-final match is free to begin Mimic Vision versus Team 10. And as I say that, we have a team fight getting set up here under this turret.
The Gragas ultimate does go through, even though a wall was set up next to it, but it proved to be ineffectual as everybody dodged it.
They dodged his wall.
No, dodged the Gragas ultimate.
Oh, okay. I was like, how do you
That might
dodge
be
these?
misspoken.
Just a wall. It's like, oh, have you seen the? It's a meme video of I believe Caitlyn. Resh throws his lantern
Well,
at her and she flashes out.
That wall is preventing a lot of Gragas' damage. Fizz throws out his ultimate, but he's low. Might still go in on it anyway.
Actually, Yasuo's still alive with his ultimate. He's just 3 for 1.
Rise does finish off the Fizz, and everybody else just gets walked over now.
That's going to be an
I'm surprised they're even going for this turret. They should just go immediately for that Nexus. This delay might have cost them a potential end right there.
Choosing to safe route apparently, taking out the turret instead of. And they have minions. Oh, Ebb's back up.
Yeah, those turrets should... Oh, they're so low. I think Yasuo could have finished off those turrets, to be honest with you.
Oh wow, they are low. They're at like 10 and 20% HP. That would have been a fairly quick end, though the Nexus itself would have taken a good 20 seconds to finish down. We are only 20 minutes into the game. The death timers are not very long yet.
Leona does get down a ward on the Baron. Afraid that that Krooks would be setting up for that immediately. Instead, Krooks are being Krooks and stealing this blue buff away. Now that Krooks have shown in the bot lane, let's see what
It's gonna be a huge
Surprise on back
engage
will do. Yeah, this is a 10-foot throw right here. 2 for 0.
Ami goes down.
They should get back to that.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
The teleport going down to protect the turret. And they're going down on the Lucian. Another
Lucian goes
clean
down
pickup.
after
Attack.
almost getting the kill on Leona.
3 for 0 right there. I wouldn't say it brought him back, but it's nice to have. This gold disadvantage is still massive though.
A temporary lull here as Sup on Rise attempts to set up for looks like a blue buff, or blue buff's already gone. You're just setting up there to push out that bottom lane, possibly defend the mid lane. Gragas overextending a tiny bit. Doesn't get caught out by it though.
Honestly, this entire game is just decided by whatever Krooks wants to do right now. I think that if they wanted to, they could walk straight through mid and end the game at this moment. Yes, we're waiting on that.
Is 4 left. No, is that 13 or 15? I thought it was 15 for a second. I thought it was 4 levels above the Fizz, but it's only at 13, so it's not quite as bad as I thought. So they're gonna set up for a Baron here. If that is the right choice.
Fine does go in. Nami ultimate should hit the Eve as well. Yes, it does. It connects. Lucian coming in with these dashes should be able to chase down continually.
It's 2 for 0, going for a third. Gragas
He
gets
should
locked
get it.
down. That's 3
His ultimate
kills.
doesn't do too much. Yasuo's coming behind them. Corki's on the run. The
His
wall
troll
does prevent
pulled out, but it's
Corki's
not
damage.
enough.
The Q lands. It's 5 for 0. Ace, and the game should be over.
They're gonna push in this inhibitor and then pop those 2 Nexus turrets. That's going to make the game, folks. They've got, I guess, 2 seconds for Leona, but I don't believe Leona's gonna have what it takes to stop this. They're gonna ignore the Leona completely, take down
She does have the
Nexus
ultimate, but
turret.
it's not nearly enough.
Second turret not quite as low as I thought it was, but they have a couple seconds for the remainder of the team build up. Nexus at 25% out of HP, and it goes down.
Well
That's a
played.
semi-final victory for Krooks. They have made it to the finals. Surprise, I'm back. Going on to our bronze match for the night, which means they will be waiting for the losing team from Mimic Vision versus Team 10. And they will compete for the 3rd position. So, while we wait here, I'm going to see if I can find the other semi-final game on Wall Nexus and get us up here. Actually, I don't have to do that, because I have a member of Team 10 on my friends list, so we can spec right in there. Alright, so PC, if you want to spec me, I'm going to spec the other semi-final game, and then you should be at the same place I am as we get in.
Okay, let me set up all my VPN stuff.
Yeah, no problem. Alright guys, so once again, just to catch anybody up who's not up to date on what's going on right now, I will get the webpage and bracket posted into chat momentarily. Basically, we have completed one semi-final game, while another semi-final game is still underway. So Krooks, the number 7 NA team who decided to participate tonight, has made their way to the finals, while Surprise I'm Back was unfortunately defeated in the semi-finals to our bronze matchup, which means I do have one more game to play despite losing a game. It is single elimination, aside from technically that semi-final match where if you lose, you move on to a loser's bracket, we shall say. So at this point, everybody I would like to say is definitely a winner. So yeah, we're going to be spectating between McFission and Team 10, which is the bottom of the bracket. Semi-finals. Both of these teams have just recently secured their semi-final positions. We are 4 minutes into the game. These teams guaranteed a minimum of 800 RP tonight per team member. And the winner of this game will go on to face Krooks in the finals match for a chance at 3200 RP and a triumphant Rise skin for team member. Alright, so just to get familiarized, oh that's first blood. We got in time for first blood. Kill's now 1-1. We have Mimic Fission on the blue side, so first blood went over there to Mimic Fission, and then they lost a team member. It was say Aurelia. Oh, Aurelia's on team 10. So it was Aurelia that went down first, I guess, and then I'm not sure how that played out actually. Ziggs eats an ignite, almost goes down, but escapes with his life and like 10 HP. Yeah, he's sitting at 21 there right now. Brianna free to push that mid lane. Once again, guys, this is a semi-final match in Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. You're currently watching Mimic Fission face Team 10. They are 5 minutes into the game.
We are seeing another bot lane that has Kog'Maw, Tristana, Morgana, and Nami this time, but the supports have flipped. So this time I think Tristana has the upper hand on that one. Mid lane there's something going on. Orianna's low, but the J4 comes in just in time, chases off the Vi, picks up the kill.
That was well played by the J4. Good timing there. Also, welcome to the game, PC.
Thank you.
Once again, guys, this is Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. This is Dark Orb shoutcasting for you tonight with PC. This is his first time with us, and he's doing an amazing job. I'll give him an awesome little shout out. Let us know how we're doing tonight. I know how I'm doing. Terribly, as always, but you love me. So, let us know what you guys think of PC shoutcasting we're doing for you guys tonight.
Bottom has hit level 5 before the opponents have hit level 4, so this bodes well for them.
Misses.
Hopefully they'll also hit level 6 before the opponents hit level 6, because if Tristana hits 6 first, it's going to be a kill. Guys sneaking in, but not quite level 6.
We're gonna see another Vi sit in that river bush. Without actually coming into the lane for quite some time here. And again, she has the bottom half of her jungle cleared out quite nicely. J4 coming down into this ball 8 as well, potentially. Now he's going to set up for a blue as it respawns.
FTG's solo lanes have hit level 6 before the opponent. So we see that their solo lanes are winning and their bot lane hasn't lost. So I like FTG's chances this game.
FDG playing under the team name Team 10, so they are all showing those FDG members, which is Flying Dingoes Gold, I believe. So we have some team members from a previous team that's competed in our tournaments. Flying Dingoes Gold has, I believe, reformed.
My apologies, Team 10.
Those generic names, they could be Team 8 fanboys.
Well, we
really
did have
in the
another
ICL.
team in here named SKTT1 Telecom.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a lot of pro names coming out tonight. And some actual pros coming out tonight, apparently. With
Aurelia
Krooks
picking
number
up that
17.
kill on Renekton using her ultimate with, while Renekton flashed, or not flashed, was under his turret, saved his flash.
Kog'Maw gets out with his life in the bottom lane and Vi falls off this gank. I think she's just leaving that bot lane bush. She sat there for a good 30 seconds.
Well, she hit level 6, so she must have cleared something.
No, they changed the XP recently. She may have actually been getting experience sitting in that bush.
Does she have, she's not going to ultimate him right away. She has just smited away good force by Orianna, preventing her opponent from getting the blue buff.
That was well played by Purple Side. Purple Side being Team 10 versus the Mimic
And
Fission
who's
team.
playing?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just gonna ask the name. You answered for me.
Yes, Mimic Fission on the blue side tonight in our second semi-final game we're watching. These guys competing for a chance at either finals match, or if they are unsuccessful at the bronze match. And the members of the final match, sorry, the team that proceeds to the finals match will face off against Krooks, while the bronze match has Surprise and Back already sitting in that top spot there, waiting to see who their opponents will be for the third and fourth place match.
It's already 9 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, and neither team have even looked towards Dragon yet. It appears as though Team 10 doesn't feel confident in their bot lane, while Mimic Vision doesn't feel confident in their mid lane's capabilities to do a Dragon.
It's a good analysis. We've seen a lot of early Dragons come out from a lot of teams. To see it sit on the map for a full 10 minutes is uncommon. Vi comes in for a gank, but the ultimate doesn't quite connect. We have a teleport coming to the bottom lane, which gets cancelled.
Immediately cancelled. Yeah. Cancelled. She didn't want to use her ultimate yet because Morgana hadn't used her spell shield yet, but now Morgana has used her spell shield and she's going to pop that ultimate. Except for that dark binding.
J4 looking to come into the bottom lane here potentially.
Vi walking right over the ward.
J4 decides to switch up for mid, knowing that Vi is there now.
J4 finding a pink ward, but walking right over it.
Vi coming in from behind the turret.
This gank in bot lane, forcing both flashes. Or, sorry, one flash into Hawk.
Dark Binding lands onto Tristana. J4 comes in for the knockup as well. Ignite comes onto her. One or two more auto attacks from J4. Yeah, Tristana goes down to J4. Knocking Bubbles catches both Kog'Maw and Morgana though.
This top lane's really going to be some... Oh, never mind, they're going for Dragon, but this top lane play is a little bit more exciting.
Alright, looks like first
Vi
Dragon's
versus
going
Orianna
to
in this match.
Team 10.
Morgana trying to do the dance with the Dragon to prevent damage, but not quite being successful with that. Top lane dives happening, Vi comes in, has the ultimate, but...
Has to flash out. Eats Ignite. Orianna flashes over the wall to follow her and secures the kill.
Look at where this white is standing. Want to chase down that Vi.
That is an interesting position for the white. Now, they made a lot of changes to the way
Ziggs
that
has
minions
snuck around.
and Krooks follow you around recently.
That
Renekton goes
shield
down.
being enough. Oh, disrespect laugh coming out from Trinity. This game is looking really good for Team 10.
Yeah, Team 10 doing a great job right now, sitting at 6-1. Only up by 3k gold, but it is only 12 minutes into the game. Now we have Twitch chat saying that Renekton is building pure damage. And that he is with a Tiamat.
Yeah, there's really only two types of Renektons out there. Those that build the Tiamat first and those that build the Sunfire first. And I don't think that you can beat an Aurelia by building a Sunfire first because of her true damage, so he's just opting to go with that second build path.
See how he scales back into this game, if he's able to scale back into this game.
I think he's just going to be destroyed. This Aurelia bullying him off.
Yeah, to watch
Built
the
damage,
get
but
bullied.
he's not able to damage her enough. He's getting wrecked. Sorry to say it.
Neck. Got wrecked. No offense to the Renekton, of course. Aurelia just did a great job there. There's been a lot of the plays in the top lane from both junglers.
Yeah, I mean, the farm is still even, so it's a great job by Renekton to stay even on farm, but he is unfortunately down 0-3-1 to 3-1-1. It's going to be a big gold differential there. Orianna's
Well
roam
played in the bot
successful
lane.
on the bot lane.
Oh, that's what happened there. Orianna's ultimate knocked her back. I wondered what CC'd the Tommy.
Aurelia using her teleport to hold the mid lane since Orianna wouldn't have been there in time. I don't know if I like that call though, because it's giving up all this pressure in top lane. If Renekton can end this top lane and start roaming, he has a way to come back into the game.
That could be exactly what they're looking for right now. Top turret does go down. That's the first turret of the game.
Tristana just being annoying and preventing the back from happening. It is really important to do things like this. It gives her a chance to potentially kill the Kog'Maw later.
Looking at their farm numbers, she is free to do that. Maintain him in the lane without really risking him catching up to her.
Yeah, she wants to be able to kill him before he gets his Triforce, because once he's got his Triforce, he can outduel her. And he's probably going to do that as soon as he backs.
We came into the game for first blood, and in the 10 minutes we've been here, we've seen 8 kills, 7 of them going over to FDG. Well, Team 10, formerly known as FDG. Or potentially being, created by FDG members. Not 100% sure if FDG did end up disbanding. So from the names, I'm going to say they did not. They're just participating under a different name or with different rosters tonight due to availability.
Without that Nami ultimate there, it should give a lot of confidence over to Team 10. They do have their J4 and their Orianna here.
Dark Binding
Lands. Ultimate going to hit him. Ooh, good ultimate by Ziggs. Who is Vi gonna ulti? That's the game being played by Morgana. But the knockback hits the Morgana. She can't use the spell shield. She tries to go for an ultimate as a counter engagement, but doesn't work out for her. Dogma trying to play artillery with 10 health. J4 being chased away by the Ziggs and engaging. That flash.
J4 flashes into the bush for the kill. That was well played.
Play of the night so far.
That's the second turret for watching here. My mind is blanked. We have Mimic Vision versus Team 10. So Mimic Vision doing a great job controlling the map objectives while suffering a little bit as far as their KDAs go.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to control the turrets and regain vision control over them, they can pick and choose where their fights are and win on objectives while being behind on gold. But they are down on dragons consistently. Another one going over to Team 10.
It's a dragon for Team 10, good call. Only 2k behind right now despite the 6 kill lead and I believe 2 dragons in favor of Team 10.
Yep, Team 10 answering on a turret here.
As they break the camera closing.
Slowly pushing the top.
Turret does go down in the mid lane though. Renekton pushing that to the top inner. It seems like J4 and Aurelia are going to try to respond to it, but he's going back just in time. A wild Dark Binding connects with nothing.
Nami and Morgana finding each other. The Dark Binding lands, but there's nothing to follow it. This mid lane from for Team 10 is likely to fall soon. Only having 200 health left on that turret. Aurelia deciding that turrets mean nothing to her and taking it out without any minions.
J4 pops his ult and Renekton.
Did not see Ziggs was there. And Kog'Maw died somewhere as well at the same time. Renekton gets nope. Bot lane being pushed very heavily by Mimic Vision. Orianna trying to answer it, coming into them. I don't know if she'll be able to fight this, but Kog'Maw and J4 there definitely will be able to.
On just enough to get that turret.
Tristana using her ultimate mid-air to prevent the Orianna from holding her back with an ultimate. J4 does have a lot of move speed, especially with this boost coming in from Orianna. He's going to be able to find an EQ, but he does not have his ultimate due to the usage in the top lane. The shield slow does get there. This chase is going to be long. Ziggs has an opportunity to come in and prevent it.
It's another turret going with Mimic Vision while Team 10 is distracted by chasing the Tristana down. Tristana finally gets deleted. She brought out all the jukes, had her chase her from bottom to mid. And
Unfortunately, when there's that many people chasing you, there's not much you can do.
it's a very true situation. I did a great job of distracting them though, allowing Morgana to get that turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, Aurelia really doing a lot of work here with Morgana and Orianna shield. She has nothing to fear by diving in. Pressuring Ziggs and securing them a second turret in the mid lane.
Oh, turret's now 3 for 3. Game evening out in favor of Team 10. Up by almost 4k gold now.
Renekton being chased down by Aurelia. But he gets to his turret and Aurelia decides not to do it. Morgana securing the vision, but she's going to run into a Vi here. Instantly spell shields just in case.
Right, camera in. Apologize for breaking the camera again, guys. I just hit my mouse and somehow sing in bass for like 10 seconds. Not bad. We are back to the action.
D-Noob finding... Oh! Missed the knockback on Morgana.
Yeah, the recall can't be cancelled for the last 1.5 seconds of it. Or can't be cancelled by the opposition, I guess, without a
It
stun.
can with the displacement, she just missed the hit. Morgana calling out LOL in all chat. Necton likely to suffer here. Missed his first slice, but does get the dice out. Has an ultimate. Nami here as backup. She has her ultimate as well. Decides to use it. Ziggs here. Vi coming in.
Numbers of vision in this fight. J4 forced to flash out of his own ultimate.
Aurelia does get out, but J4 does not. Very close. Almost got out with that EQ. The game has really slowed down. This Ziggs pick has been successful in preventing further pushes coming out from Team 10.
As well as are both it's about what I would expect to see. Times. There is a large kill difference. There's not a large gold difference, and not a large turret difference. They're doing a great job of maintaining everybody's utility despite getting either shut down.
Tristana gets hit.
Tristana does.
Oh, nice ultimate preventing the EQ, but I think she's going to die anyway. She had to W and flash out from the Morgana ultimate, but Morgana just flashed and binded her back. Mimic Vision really has to find a way to deal with this Aurelia, who's doing a 1v2 right now and winning.
Aurelia getting beastly.
But she does not have that much magic resist yet. If Ziggs does land poke on her, it will prevent engages from happening.
Looks like for the third dragon of the game here. Potentially going to be contested this time. Goes
Well,
down
Renekton
before they
doesn't
get
have
there,
a
though.
teleport, so not much they can do. Renekton taking the Ignite and losing to an Aurelia with the teleport has been really costly for them, even if it was was due to ganks. If you go Renekton and take Ignite, you have to win.
Yeah, Renekton not in the situation he wants to be in right now. He is doing alright with farm, but he's 0 for 3 compared to his laning opponent's 3-1.
If this does go late, it'll have to hit 6 items before we really see much. Ziggs is going to keep pushing, preventing pushes from happening, while this Orianna and Morgana combination should also be decent at disengaging things. The Tristana and Kog'Maw are both pretty strong in the later game.
I looking to dive the Aurelia. Possibly a huge mistake. She takes a lot of pressure on that turret without doing much damage to Aurelia. Really now looking to fight this one 2v1. But her J4 and Orianna are coming in. J4 just misses that. Renekton to take down J4 and not bother focusing the Aurelia, knowing that she's much tank. Flashes out over the walls, Namion comes in.
Ooh,
Damage
good
to
bomb
the
play by
Orianna.
Ziggs, forcing the flash from the Orianna. Orianna ultimate whiffs. I would go in. Oh, very nice Q from the Orianna Q and W as the J4 comes in with his ultimate, doing a burst of damage. Renekton being taken by the Aurelia. Morgana misses her bind. J4 going in, but he does not have any mana. That, oh gosh, even just a few autos from the Nami might be able to take
Nami
it out.
manages to take him down by
Yes,
herself.
Aurelia really low, trying to chase down this this Ziggs. Does manage to land, but Ziggs does the damage needed.
Kill.
Kog'Maw
Tristana's coming in
go
now.
down.
He's off
The Kog'Maw damage on the Tristana prevented her from getting resets over there. Orianna versus Ziggs should be very even. Orianna does have her shield, and it looks like they're just disengaging from each other now. Overall, 4 for 3 in favor of Mimic Vision,
It's a good
but they're going for this Orianna.
Ziggs takes a huge punishment from the ball. Orianna down to under 100 HP though. Pops her shield. Throws the ball back at Nami, doing a fair amount of damage. But Ziggs ult comes in. That was beautiful.
Second ultimate that fight. Orianna also got her ultimate up that fight, but she didn't use it. Aurelia comes in,
coming in.
teleport.
Bubbles just missed. Looks like she's gonna be able to get there in time. There's a huge amount of damage there. Catches out Nami instead of the Ziggs. Takes the first kill.
I don't know.
Before Renekton manages
Yeah,
to push her
look it up.
off.
Yeah. Tristana's coming in, but Morgana also is here.
Dark Binding just misses.
Kog'Maw here as well. They should clear out this pink ward. Renekton going
died.
straight in with the Tristana follow-up. Very nice by the buy. Morgana trying to ultimate as a counter. It's just a matter of escaping now. Aurelia might try to chase down the... Nah, she decides to back off. Morgana being chased out. Black Shields, flashes over. She's just delaying a lot of time now. Letting the rest of the team spawn. Tristana does get hit by the EQ combo, and Aurelia comes in to finish it. She had stopped her back for that. Morgana finds a way to come back through. Very nicely done by her. Using that vision control to juke through.
Alright, so taking a look at the numbers across the board. Tristana up by 20 farm over the Kog'Maw, up by 2 kills, but also up by 2 deaths. Fairly even game so far. I mean, the gold difference is only at 3k, despite the 5 kill difference.
Yeah, Dark, the 3k gold lead has been maintained throughout this entire game since we had joined.
And that's pretty much just the dragons that we've seen Team 10 take.
Aurelia finds Nami. Nami gets the bubble, though. Aurelia's ultimate was used, but it's a fairly short cooldown. Renekton continuing his strategy of push, push, push until you die and then push some more.
As you say that, he begins to fall off, knowing that Aurelia is coming up for him. He'll choose to stay alive this time. Potentially staying alive.
Both junglers opting to still take their own red buffs, not giving them over to the AD carries this game.
We do have 2 AD junglers, so they can put that red buff to good use.
For sure. Dragon coming up in 5 seconds. This will be the 4th one being taken by Team 10.
They're already in position for it. It's like somebody has that timer. Of course, I still
Provided by
haven't found
tab.
the timers in the interface in the game.
You press tab and they're on the top of this full screen.
Put it in the most inconvenient place. Curse voice was so much better. Having it actually in your interface is so nice. Right, though, choosing to make it a distraction from the game instead of an integrated part.
Nah, I think they were just deciding that if you want to have a timer, you have to look for it rather than it being spoon-fed.
I don't know.
It's there if you got it, but
Yeah.
still gotta press tab.
I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of the tab feature that they have in client. I enjoy being able to see the numbers as spectators have it here. Like with that scoreboard at the bottom for everybody, it would be nice to have as an overlay the entire game. So when you're like, my opponent CS at, how am I doing? You don't have to, tab out of the game for 5-10 seconds and potentially get yourself killed.
I don't know, Dark. I'm afraid of change.
I think we're all afraid of change at some level. Of course, there would probably be many summoners raging if Riot actually heard me say that and tried to implement it. Like, why, Dark? Why?
The Baron being discovered and them backing off. Now it's their turn to try to stop one. Morgana getting the ultimate. Does she have Azonias? No, she does not. Gets deleted for such aggressive play. Renekton finding work, doing work this time.
2 kills for
finding
0. That's
growth,
gonna make it 3.
finding the backline.
They make Vision exactly where they want to be this fight, and they're able to set up for Baron as well.
This reminded me of a classic saying about Diamond solo queue. Oh, you tried to throw? No, let me show you how that's done. First, Mimic Vision tries to do Baron and gets discovered, and then Team 10 says, it's our turn to do Baron. But it didn't work out for them this time.
Yeah, the fights around Baron. Initiating Baron with all 5 members of both teams up, especially with Vision there, or somebody knowing what's going on. It's a recipe for disaster for at least one team, if not both sometimes.
Yeah. That Morgana, I don't really agree with what she did that last fight. As Morgana, if you don't have Azonias, your ultimate should be used for peeling your backline, for preventing Renekton from doing what he did that fight. Instead, she used her ultimate as an engagement, but she wasn't able to. She doesn't have Azonias. She tried to use Mikhail's on
Yeah, I
herself
was gonna say she bought
to
like
keep herself
kills
alive.
first. It's an interesting itemization path for Morgana.
Well, it's standard for competitive team play. You only ever see the Zonias and Rylai's and stuff like that on Morganas in solo queue.
Yeah, my Morgana's not a team player. Full AP all the way. Alright, kills now 14-6. That gold gap's been closed down to 2k. 4 turrets to 4. We're at the 35-minute mark nearly, and this is still anybody's game.
The farm fairly even if you look at overall for the teams. Kog'Maw staying a little bit ahead of Tristana now,
Yeah,
but the rest of the
largest
Mimic Vision
difference
a little
being
bit ahead.
about 30 CS there, and that's between the Renekton and Aurelia. Renekton has not done well at all aside from his farm numbers. Wow.
There's also about a 30 CS lead for Vi over J4. Mimic
Yes,
Vision
there is.
deciding to push down with their Baron, finally beginning to group up as Renekton comes down to down the river to join his team. By deciding not to ultimate there because Morgana has Spell Shield. Ginormous noob missing his bubble by a very large gap. Kimura's Banshee's Veil preventing that Dark Binding from sticking.
That's the 5th turret going to. Like Team 10 could turtle this one out. Gauge that.
That Baron was a godsend for Mimic Vision. It really brought them back into this game. And while they still have Baron up, I'd say that they even have a winning team fight. Though Renekton is deciding to continue to split push.
Lies up. So it's going to be just the 3 members of Mimic Vision in that mid lane. However, getting this side lane pressure could be a big deal.
Aurelia
for them.
challenging the Renekton that has Baron buff.
Aurelia is a monster right now.
I think Renekton might have chosen to fight that if he knew it was only Aurelia. With the Baron buff, even his ultimate gets a lot more damage. By a lot more, I mean like 4 more. No, he does get an AP scaling though.
Alright, a little bit of a lull in the action here. Members of blue team pinging out Dragon up in 15 seconds.
And the Baron buff has just worn off. This is the first dragon of them. They're first out of the 5 dragons that have fallen that has gone to Mimic Vision.
That is kind of impressive. The Mimic Vision has, that Team 10 has gotten 4 dragons in a row. That dragon, after the Baron buff, was all Mimic Vision needed to even out this gold score.
Yeah, Mimic Vision was going to back because Team 10 had them in a situation where they had to defend their mid turret, but Team 10 didn't realize it and backed themselves, giving up the pressure right back over to Mimic Vision. Renekton versus J4, neither of them taking any damage. The Kog'Maw Spittle does come in and damage Renekton though. It looks like Mimic Vision is deciding to push down this bot lane, while both waves are coming in.
I'm told, when possible, the bot lane is the turret you want to take, the inhibitor you want to take, as it is the farthest from Baron, which means as that
Absolutely.
Baron comes back up, he'll have the most pressure. Most pressure farthest from Baron, meaning that their opponent will be stuck, hopefully, for them.
Yeah, it's also a lot easier for Ziggs to land his poke on this particular bot lane. Or the top lane for Ziggs on purple side pushing down blue.
That's a very good point with the
it's a little
straight
bit
throws.
And it's just a little bit thinner, like there's less room to dodge. As we can see, Kog'Maw already down to half health just from Ziggs throwing out bombs. Renekton also taken very low. Oriana and Morgana both coming in with, well, Morgana with home guards, and Oriana just bought home guards as well to help defend. Mimic Fission realizing that this siege isn't going to work so long as they keep letting the enemy team back with their home guards, which they were doing because of Renekton's health, so they back off.
Top lane's locked itself up. Seems like there might actually be pressure coming off of Team 10's minions there. Bottom lane's getting pushed a little bit. Like nobody's going to actually go down there to capitalize on it. I apologize.
This is good pressure coming in from Team 10 pushing down mid, but Mimic Fission says, hey, we can't defend them in this way, so let's just defend them by pushing down their own bot turret. Team 10 says, I don't want a base race against Ziggs and Tristana, so they back, but I think they will lose this inhibitor.
We're going to lose the inhibitor turret at the very least.
Bomb coming in. Does hit
neutral.
3 of them, one of them's own yet. The inhibitor stays alive.
Yeah, with Vi down, it's going to be difficult for them to fight that. Oh, that was 3-4 apparently, J4 in the base.
I thought J4 was in there. Oh, no.
He's just returned to the team. He may have been there for the start of the fight, but it may have been forced back. He could have come in and mitigated some damage and then dipped into the fight before I noticed. Tristana takes a huge burst there before jumping out. It really looks like she didn't catch her. Gets blasted back. Great play by Tristana.
Tristana has been pretty good about using those ultimates, prevent dashes from landing on her. We see J4 coming in, using his Mobos. And he has got her.
Tristana was trying to backdoor that inhibitor.
I think she just had nowhere to run.
That could have been the possibility too. Seems like, I don't know, if Aurelia would have caught her if she turned the other direction. It had the minion pressure there, so it's possible that Aurelia and J4 would have fallen off of that, let her escape, but...
Baron has respawned. So we're likely to see this as the next hotly contested objective. Tristana is down, but Aurelia is in bot lane, so even matching at Baron. But Team 10 seems to think otherwise. Aurelia has teleport. Morgana is doing this same mistake again of using her ultimate up front line. If only Tristana could come in.
Enough to get the Baron though.
They do get the Baron. But I don't know if they'll be able to defend it afterwards.
1-for-1 so far. 2 members of Team 10 go down.
That was a good Oriana ultimate, but Renekton is now destroying their backline while Morgana isn't there to peel for him.
That's a triple kill for Renekton. Renekton coming back into this game, not only maintaining a dominant farm, but now picking up some kills.
And another ace. 5-for-1 when Morgana uses her ultimate in this aggressive way. It's appropriate for her to try to delay it, but... yeah. Some trash talk coming out from Ziggs saying J4 is bad.
Yeah, just a note guys, we don't appreciate generally when you troll your opposition. We do have summoner code rules, so there's not technically a violation from that comment, but the competition is meant to be fun and friendly on the competitive fronts. Some nice things to say. Just say it to your teammates in all chat. The inhibitor goes down there. My apologies for distracting myself from the game.
Yeah, the summoners in the game are saying, let's just save the talk for after game, even if it's just about the champion. Both being regulars, I'm sure that they're very familiar with themselves, or with each other.
It is a good possibility. I'm not sure if this is actually a rematch from a match we've seen before. Actually, Requiem I have definitely seen in a match against FTG before. So these summoners have participated against each other. I think participated in 3 or 4 or more tournaments apiece.
Kog'Maw picking up the Guardian Angel, so maybe less likely to get melted down by the Renekton when Morgana goes and isn't able to peel for him.
And we're going to making questionable choices around Baron, but doing well otherwise.
Tristana and Renekton just face tanking this top turret.
Big Vision coming back from behind to actually pick up a 5k gold lead now.
Yeah, someone in the Twitch chat was saying earlier, the longer this game goes, the worse it is for blue, but that just goes to show you that anybody can win these games. Even though they were behind and position isn't as great for the late game, they really are putting on a showing here with the comeback.
Yeah, the comebacks some days are quite impressive. We generally see larger throws in our Sunday night tournaments, but I think Vision doing a great job of showing us it can happen in the open bracket as well.
Vi position to go in. Morgana's spell shield has been used, so ultimates are a possibility here. Mimic Vision has to choose a time to go in and just go.
They're finding land,
They
but it's
decided
not
now is
anything
the
for
time.
Initiate. J4 right into that backline.
This time
There's
Morgana is able to peel
there's
for
an
the
Nexus
backline.
turret going
Let's see if they
down
can
to
deal with the
minions.
Renekton.
The second Nexus turret going down to the minions. Minions winning this game will get distracted around this top lane turret.
Ooh, Oriana going down to a max range bomb and ultimate from Tristana and Ziggs.
Kog'Maw gets it with his life. That's just Morgana. That's gonna be the game go to the Mimic Vision. Congratulations guys on qualifying finals round position. Team 10 moving on to their bronze match. Face up against Suprise on back. Next game will be the Mimic Vision is in our finals matchup. Their RP per champion, right, per summoner for the winning team, as well as 2400 RP per summoner for the losing team. Our victors will also get a Triumphant Rise skin per member. I'm gonna get that match started up momentarily. Double check my friends list, make sure I have a member of Mimic Vision on there. Alright, we're gonna be good to go momentarily, guys. So we're gonna have a finals match underway early. Alright, so while we are between games, once again, this is Dark Corp Joecasting for you tonight with PC. PC's first time with us tonight. He's doing a great job. What do you guys think of his analysis so far? I've enjoyed it anyways.
Looking forward to seeing this final match. It should be a fairly even match, judging off of what we saw last game. Mimic Vision really showing a good showing by making a comeback. Even though they were behind, they made the comeback. I feel like both teams from last game have can review last game and learn a lot about themselves from it, since it was such a close game.
Yeah, that game was definitely won by a combination of throws and not by any kind of huge skill difference there. It seems like the Morgana and the Baron choices there seem to cost Team 10 a fair amount of their momentum, which allowed Mimic Vision to make that comeback.
Yeah, and Mimic Vision can go ahead and look at the early game and how they gave Team 10 that momentum in the first place. As soon as their bot lane was sent back, that first dragon fell down and that 3k gold opened up that was held for the entire game until the those Baron plays happened.
It's a very good point. to Twitch chat. We automatically collect the victors now because, first off, people lie. Second off, Riot sucks. That's pretty much how the story goes. We got in trouble because we submitted an invalid team roster. Somebody had replaced one of their summoner names with one of their friend summoner names who had not participated, and Riot decided to check that matchup and told us that, these people weren't actually playing in the game. What the heck is going on here? That led to a 2-month investigation that almost shut us down, but we are back, we are here, we are giving you guys prizing. Yeah, there is nothing you guys have to do in order to get your prizing. It's all for you now.
Because we have to.
Yep.
I mean, because we care.
I would love to collect name lists from the summoners in order and allow them to prize out whoever they would like. Because realistically, it's your RP, you can do what you want with it, but it has to go into your account first, unfortunately. Just to keep things all fair. Alright, I've got an invite to this game. We'll see if PC can get in momentarily. We are considering using tournament codes. There's a comment in Twitch chat saying we should use tournament codes. Tournament codes require a little bit more work on our part in order to actually get that system set up. Riot is not the friendly sharing information about how to get tournament codes, so we could use an online interface that exists to generate them, but I'd rather get the information directly from Riot and not have to use some third-party system in order to generate those codes. So once we know everything's, set up properly, have that interface ready for us, we will be switching over to tournament codes eventually as we grow. This is our 3rd month of business now. Alright, going strong. Alright, looks like both teams are into the game here. PC is in the lobby as well with me. Get things started up for our finals match.
And we are into Champion Select. Thresh being banned out first by Krooks. They've been banning that champion consistently, don't want to play against it. Braum being banned out by Mimic Fission.
Yeah, Krooks really likes that Thresh ban. We've seen them ban out a Braum as well before, though they've allowed their opponents to ban out Braum twice now. Gragas getting knocked out of the game.
It looks like Krooks was watching that last game and decided that Zig's delay was just too much. They do not want to play out a delayed game and allow for these comebacks to happen. Banning that one out. Gragas being banned out as they realize how the dominance that it's been having in the previous games. And once again banning out their own Lulu. Let's see if they ban out Yasuo in response. We've seen that Krooks has really liked playing that Yasuo whenever they can.
I don't think we've seen Yasuo do as well as we would have expected. Like, both the games we've seen Yasuo come out, it's been the jungler that's actually picked up most of the kills. At least Sin going 11-2, I believe, versus Yasuo's 4-4.
And it's still first picked.
Yes, they do enjoy the Yasuo, though. We've seen some great plays from him. It's not
It
the,
looks like
the
a mid
scores I
Riffin
want.
might be the answer. This is yep, nope, just taking away that Tristana and Nami, saying we don't want you to have this. This was our thing.
We've seen the main support we've seen coming out of Krooks tonight. I believe it's been Nami Morgana. No,
Yep, it's been between those two.
Yeah. Morgana's not banned though, so she could be coming out this game.
Yep, it's a fair matchup against Nami. We've seen it go fairly evenly between it. Usually comes down to whichever AD carry does better in that situation. Nami does have a slight advantage in lane, though. Just by
There's
the
Morgana
damage
getting
it
hovered
provides. Though if Nami does, I mean, if Morgana does land a good Dark Binding, she does get the advantage.
The Morgana Lucian pairing before his rework was really strong. Landing that Dark Binding was a great time for Cullings no matter what, whether Morgana decides to actually stay in there and push or just backs off and let Lucian do his damage. Except we're going to see Morgana get swapped out for Aurelia right before the timer runs down.
They saw that Aurelia was able to take apart Mimic Vision's Renekton in the previous game, and they are capable of playing it, so why not?
You see Renekton get locked in anyways.
And a Nautilus pick, that's an interesting pick. I haven't seen that one in recent times. But this is the utility jungle meta, and I'm interested to see what it can do. Morgana is pretty much finalized in decision making because of that Nautilus pick. Let's see who they go for their 5th. Lee Sin was his go-to, but Rengar was not banned, so Rengar might be his go-to here, as he was playing that in previous games, earlier games. Maokai being picked up, answering the utility jungle with another utility jungle, showing some real respect for their opponents.
I
I
read
like
a
the
report
Riven
that Mimic Vision may not have the champions they need for trading, so they might be locking something in and then potentially dropping the queue to remake with the same picks and bans. I'm not
Is it a
sure.
Riven?
Technically, we allow for that, but I don't want to force them to play out on champions they're not comfortable. Especially when it's something as silly as just trading around your own champions and not avoiding a ban. They do lock in the correct champions here. We will allow a restart with the same picks and bans. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to notify Krooks of this since they have not accepted any of my friend requests. But we'll see if it becomes necessary or not.
Well, if they haven't quit yet, it looks like they're just running their eyes.
Alright, looks like they got it all sorted out. X-Requiem was just kind of panicking, being like, oh, there we go. Alright, so we're just waiting for... Just waiting for the last summoner to get back in here. I'm not sure if his client crashed there, like X-Requiem saying, or they just dropped it so they could remake it. And apparently, Honey Mac Daddy did attempt to add me to his friends list, but because my friends list is full, it was not successful. So, I will eventually have to go through my friends list. I will try to compare it against current tournament, so I don't remove anybody who would actually be participating in a tournament traditionally.
Well, while we have this lull in time, how are you doing today, Twitch chat? Are you enjoying the stream? Anything interesting happen lately?
Did Twitch chat. Of course, we do have not a 2 minute delay, like a 30-second delay before they hear us, I suppose. I can't say it's a dead Twitch chat yet. So, be responding and then hearing me say it's a dead Twitch chat. Time loop problems. Time loops. Past. Or am I living in the future? Who knows?
Yeah, we do have a 28-second delay though, so they're just dead.
Alright, we're back into champion selection already. Not sure everybody was ready there. Somebody pushed the button though. We have to go with the same picks. I think they're just gonna go bans as fast as possible.
Well, at least Krooks is banning the same ones.
Yeah, I mean, we say same picks and bans, but generally when teams get back in, they just ban out random champions and then make sure they go with the same picks.
Yeah.
And as long as the picks are the same, we won't have any kind of issues here.
It was Braum, Gragas, and Cassidon that were the bans previously for Mimic Fission, if anybody is just joining us.
Ed Morgana, Yasuo, Aurelia, and I forget the rest of their team, but we can double check it against the stream if anybody says that it's inaccurate once they actually get into the game here. Nautilus and Tristana look correct.
I believe it was a Maokai, and I don't remember the AD carry.
I think that illusion. So I could be mistaken there. Requiem taking his time to lock in the Tristana. Here we go. And yeah, we have a Maokai and illusion.
And it was a Renekton.
A little bit
There
of
we have it.
Garen troll there scared me for a second, but we have the Renekton locked in, which means we are good to go. Alright guys, so for anybody just joining us, or for those of you who stuck around, we have finally made our way to the finals matchup for tonight's tournament. This is an open bracket tournament, meaning that any summoner may participate, assuming that they have friends to win them. So our finals matchup is going to be Mimic Fission, a community contender that has participated in our past tournaments, versus Krooks, a first-time competitor, however also the number 7 NA team.
Krooks has been putting on a strong showing throughout all of the matches that we've seen, and previously we just saw Mimic Fission come up with a comeback against Team 10.
Yeah, Mimic Fission has definitely proven that they have the ability to come back from behind, as well as play the game fairly well in general. So despite the ELO MMR difference potentially here, I'm looking forward to watching a great game. We did see in the first round, looking for Lol Honeys put up an amazing fight against Krooks. I actually thought Krooks would get knocked out first round, and I would have been a huge upset. I mean, I wouldn't be upset, but just in general. So we'll see how this one forms up and how the match plays out. Or to Mimic Fission putting up an amazing fight here and dominating Krooks for that 30 ice skins. See if Krooks has what it takes, though, to make that 5th victory in a row.
X-Koki playing Rise, hoping for the Rise skin.
We've seen a lot of Rises tonight, actually. I don't think we've seen a single Triumphant Rise skin coming out in tonight's tournament.
And actually, Shiniko switched his masteries in between the games. But, you know, it wasn't locked in yet, so who cares? He was running Exhaust previously, and now he's running Ignite, probably trying to troll me and forgot to switch it. It's gotta be it.
Yeah, we don't have any kind of ruling about the summoner spells there, though. I suppose we potentially should, especially at the point that they have started the game, since we allow for restarts up to the 5-minute mark. Losing first blood or something, losing a couple deaths in under 5 minutes, and going, oh, IDC. No, into buying a stronger rule set for our restarts to make sure that there are no events of people attempting to abuse it, though we've never had a report in the 3 months we've been running tournaments of anybody actually abusing that, unlike the lovely pause feature, which prevents nexuses from popping for up to half an hour if played right. Just 1 minute of spectator delay remaining here. Of course, after saying the pause abuse thing, guys, no bad ideas, please. If you're losing a match, just let your nexus pop after those turrets. Don't pause it. Don't do it. It's mean.
It's wasting everybody's time.
Exactly. Like, if I was losing, I'd rather another game than sit there and troll my opponents for half an hour, being like, haha, you guys are miserable too now. It's the games for fun. And I have fun hosting these events and casting these events. I hope PC is having fun joining me tonight to cast these events, and I hope you guys are all having fun either participating or watching these events.
And we are about to get into the game between Krooks and Mimic Fission.
Alright guys, once again this is the finals matchup for tonight's tournament. These teams are competing for that first place slot. Prizes are real. The Triumphant Rise skins, let's see if Xkoki has one already. Gonna show it off for us. You do see that Triumphant Rise skin coming off of Xkoki. I thought that might happen.
See, I've won this. It's the first time that Shinikoe, I don't even know how you pronounce it, the Morgana has been running Ignite tonight out of all the games that we've seen.
Yeah, Mimic Fission actually placed first in our July 12th semi-pro bracket tournament, so they definitely have some high yellow experience. Fortunately, we do not allow challenger solo queues in our semi-pro, so with some challenger teams they are composed of all Diamond 1 summoners, which does happen, so challenger teams technically can participate in that. So we'll see how Mimic Fission fares against Krooks tonight. See if they have what it takes to make this their first open bracket victory. Challenger trim on both teams, actually 2 on Mimic Fission.
I want to see if they do any level 1 nonsense, knowing that Krooks does go for that level 1 ward every time that they're on blue side.
I'd be surprised if there's not some sort of level 1 skirmish here. I'm also surprised there's not a Jax in this game. What is a finals matchup without a Jax?
Jax versus Aurelia would have been a nice matchup. They had the option. Nautilus starting out with a sweeping lens rather than a trinket ward.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They do know that there's a level 1 shenanigans from Krooks with those wards. He may be choosing that to make sure they don't know where he's starting. Maokai and Lucian up in the top lane there doing some interesting things. Missing there as well. Renekton.
Aurelia and Renekton having a laugh off.
Renekton doesn't seem to know that he is 4v1 right now.
5v1.
Dark Binding comes in and that's going to be a first blood in about 3 to 2.
Slice and dice.
Renekton gets out. See if they can catch him. He's got 100 HP left.
If I were Aurelia, I'd flash for it.
Dark Binding's gonna not connect. Ow. I thought that was going in.
No ignites were used. Ignites do 70, so smart choice. Renekton saying so BM, reporting all of you.
Has spawned.
BM there is not getting first blood after going that hard in onto him. Hey, welcome back, Miss Awesome. People in Twitch chat saying hi.
And it was first time that Krooks switched up their level 1 play, so I think they were expecting to have been scouted.
That's a good point. They did change up their start style quite significantly there, going red buff play. Well, the Renekton first blood play, which didn't actually work out for them. Renekton had some awesome jukes up his sleeve. Look at that in the bot lane.
And the top lane, a slice and dice down on Aurelia.
Dark Binding lands on Tristan. It's gonna be enough to get her down to half health. Down to almost half health as well, though.
Yep, and Nami has that heal, started heal level 1, so...
Second Dark Binding comes out and lands. Onto the Nami. Yasuo jumps out on Rise, gets locked down.
They hit level 2 first.
Ana choosing to take Black Shield at level 2.
In the mid lane, Rise hits level 3 first underneath his tower. Very safe against Yasuo. And Renekton hits level 3 and goes all in on Aurelia. Gets the slice, gets the lockup, gets the E. Goes in, Aurelia has to flash out.
Aurelia survives, though. Well played. No first blood coming out yet. Both
That
teams
Aurelia
really
stun
willing.
lasts forever and a half. Almost as long as the Morgana bind.
Flash comes out of Rise, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill.
Nautilus
Yeah,
jumps up.
so he jumps back and gets first blood.
Is Nautilus able to
now
finish it?
one
Yep.
versus 2, and he can come on to Yasuo, and he's going to try and get himself out. Onto the wall, but it's not enough to get away.
Meanwhile, top lane Renekton did dive using flash. Picks up the kill on Aurelia.
That's how it goes, 2 for 2.
Renekton has something to prove this game after losing to Aurelia in the last game.
He did come out into his own though. Like he managed to dominate her environment by the late game. He was actually a force to be reckoned with, picking up a triple kill. See if Renekton can actually maintain the in presence he would normally have throughout the entire game, being that lane bully that everyone says Renekton is.
Lucian running out of mana in the bottom lane, using his spells constantly to try to harass. Meanwhile, Tristan and Nami both have full health. Rise and Yasuo having a little skirmish with Nautilus coming in. Does land the hook, but the knockup answers. And Malphite's
So it's not going to be quite enough for the kill. Morgana gets cut up by bubbles.
in the top lane. Renekton hits level 5, but is getting chased around a little bit.
Nautilus going up to help. Well, we'll see how
He's
that plays
definitely
out.
gonna kill it in this one with
This could
Nautilus
be
here.
a kill onto Aurelia. Oh, Nautilus takes the last hit.
Yeah, he probably just wanted the assist for sure, but if you gotta get the kill for it, it's still bonus gold towards the team.
Of course, Renekton saying BM yet again. This time, though, you can't see it because it's not in all chat. Yeah, I'm assuming that, guys. I'm not actually saying Renekton's done that. Just, that was an interesting position for Nautilus or Renekton to be in. Renekton just, I think a lot more
GG
damage under
report
really
KS
fast.
noob Nautilus. Yeah, we've all had that one happen.
He's like, you knew that was gonna happen. Just wanted the assist. Oh, Oh, Yasuo goes down to Rise in the mid lane.
Solo. Nautilus still sticking around in this bush. Waiting on the Aurelia. And he lands it. Renekton does have 6, so he's fine to tank this turret.
It's gonna be the second kill going over to Nautilus in the top lane. Renekton.
Long range
Just
bind
one
by
kill.
Morgana, keeping Tristana low health. Aurelia now 0-3 and 0, a complete opposite of what happened in the game between Mimic Fission and Team 10. Bot lane, Morgana Binding does land. The Ignite goes out before the heal, and it does manage to finish her off.
I apologize, I didn't actually update the bracket earlier, so people are a little bit confused. This is Krooks on the blue side versus Mimic Fission on the purple side. And the bronze matchup is Surprise and Back on the blue side versus Team 10 on the purple side.
Aurelia is still level 5 while Renekton is almost level 7. He should hit level 7 before Aurelia hits 5, but he's just going now. Doesn't even have his ultimate and is just completely bullying the Aurelia now. Nautilus is being chased out by the Maokai. Gets away fine. Renekton's just waiting on his ultimate to come back up before he dives. Not even waiting that long, it seems.
Yeah, Renekton playing a little bit farther in than I would expect him to. Yasuo going to respond to this in the top lane. Nautilus
Renekton does have his ultimate. It's potentially winnable even for Renekton.
Renekton getting pinged back, but oh, they've seen Yasuo there. Nautilus is going to be there potentially in time. We'll see if Yasuo can get out of this. Maokai now coming up to respond to this, and there's an action on the bot lane as well. The Dark Binding landed on Nami, and the culling comes out. He's taking a lot of damage after Tana jumps in behind
Oh,
him.
that dark,
Binding
that
misses.
that black shield is so significant. Prevents a lot of Tristana damage.
And a black shield save. You fight around there as well. Double kill as Rise goes down. I can hit the assist on the third one, starts it back, and Ekton goes down as well.
Aurelia tried to flash to kill steal that. I mean, secure that. But Yasuo ended up finishing it off.
There's been a lot of surprise last hitting tonight. Where it's like, oh, I didn't mean to take that kill. Lucian walking to the edge of base and waiting that extra 3 seconds to get full health. Dashes out. Yasuo content to farm into the race and go back.
Maokai finding his way into the bot lane. Does he know that the next lane bush is warded? He does. Content to wait it out. Tristana has to push because of the E passive. Nautilus coming down as well.
This could
But
be
he
a
might run away
3v3
after
fight.
that.
He's gonna possibly fall off after sweeping that ward. He's gonna go for their tri-bush, see the vision ward, take it down. He's gonna be in a fight.
He's taking
in the
down the
bot lane.
pink while the fight is killing off his team. The non-reaction there. Top lane Renekton's going on Aurelia again. But Aurelia's putting up a much better fight this time. Now that she has her ultimate too, she might be able to survive this dive.
Renekton takes one more turret than hit. Sorry, Renekton takes one more turret hit than he's really comfortable staying in there for, and is forced to back off of it a bit. Aurelia
Dragon
taking
does
damage,
get a
now
little
fighting
bit.
under the turret takes one turret hits before she gets that last hit on her. Aurelion survives with about 100 HP.
Nautilus really making use of his mobility boots to clear out wards, but unfortunately his presence in the upper half of the jungle does give over the dragon to Krooks.
Didn't even see them set up for that dragon, that's impressive. Got the first dragon of the game now at 11 minutes. Dark Binding just misses the Tristana. Maokai goes to come in. Tend to clear out the mid.
Yasuo's
Pushes
coming in
turret down.
for a potential dive off of the knockback that is associated with the Maokai Q. But he was bubbled as it went, so he didn't get the ulti anyway.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
Ryze just pushing through the mid lane, but he should get out of there soon, knowing that the enemy team is coming in. Aurelia clawed her way back in this top lane, and is able to sort of handle the Renekton pressure now. Ryze coming up though. Pincer happening. She opts to use her stun right away, but she gets chain CC'd now. Ryze going all the way.
He does go full hand, but it costs him.
Yep. Looks like he cancelled the spell there too. Meanwhile, Krooks pushing down the mid lane as this roam was going on. Does land the Q, but was bubbled out of the ultimate.
Renekton picks up a kill on Aurelia and the top turret.
Purple team's turret
But it
has
cost
been
them their tier
destroyed.
2 mid. This pressure that was given by Ryze earlier. Krooks being really smart about objective control this game. Always sneaking something in while the other team is going for something else. Really goes to show why they are number 7 in the NA Challenger scene.
Yeah, these are going to be some games that I'll potentially be rewatching myself later. For anybody paying attention, we do put these games up on YouTube after the fact. So if you missed the round 1, 2, or 4 games where Krooks defeated their opponents, they will be available for watching again. I believe I may have just lost PC there.
I'm back now.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Probably VPN being overused. Maybe.
It's those free VPNs, eh?
Yep.
Something AKA needed during the NACL. Oh. No DOS jokes? Alright.
I don't get the reference. I don't watch the NACL.
Oh, there was, I guess one of the top 10 teams, I think, AKA. I noticed on Reddit right after their match against Zenith Gaming that they were DOSed. One of their team members was DOSed due to,
Aurelia
assume-
and Maokai taking out the Renekton and going for the outer turret of top lane.
Yeah, anyways, we assume due to an insecure Skype connection or something along those lines, and suggestion from Riot is to set up a VPN for it. Riot would not actually allow even a 5-minute pause time extension, which cost them the game. They were forced to, I believe, either finish the match 4v5 or surrender.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened to Quantic when they were trying to qualify. They ended up having to play in an internet cafe, and the internet wasn't good enough there, so they kept having issues. And they weren't very comfortable there either.
Situations
Like-
like that always suck.
Top teams like TSM have 3 different ISPs and a bunch of VPNs, so that nothing bad can happen.
Yeah, having the extra internet point or connection point, or at least extra IPs for yourself, is a great way to try and prevent these kind of issues from happening. You have that information on our Facebook page as far as Riot is concerned anyways. There is obviously more things you can do than Riot has suggested to protect yourself, but securing your Skype connection, good start. Setting up a VPN is even better. Getting back into this game here, Krooks is now up by 7 kills. Only.
And 7,000 gold.
Yeah, 7,000 gold. I say only, but it didn't seem right for that one.
Maokai and the rest of the team finding out Tristana. Mimic Vision does react to that post-mortem, to go to defend the turret, leaving Aurelia and Renekton in a top lane 1v1, both of them having... Or, not both of them having... Aurelia having teleport and Renekton being on cooldown for the next 100 seconds.
I think my game sound died. I mean, I still hear them, but it seems like a quarter the volume it was before. I'm sorry, guys. If there's a volume issue, somebody in Twitch chat let me know.
Renekton does beat off the Aurelia. Aurelia's out of mana, so Renekton's coming back in. He has potential of slice and dice, but doesn't use it. Setting up for the dragon, which is coming up in 7 more seconds. The sweeper does not find that cutesy little vision ward. But there is nothing that Mimic Vision can do to contest this. And the second dragon of the game goes over to Krooks.
It's a great display of objective control from Krooks. They're up by 4 turrets and 2 dragons right now, as well as 8 kills. My math is failing here. I believe that's 8.
Yeah. 8 kills and 8,000 gold. I'm interested to see what kind of objective control Krooks puts out at this point, because Baron buff is available, but the bot inhibitor turret for Mimic Vision is still alive, so they could go for either of those.
It seems like they might actually set up for this Baron. I apologize for just Morgana dropping a vision ward on it with Aurelia in the area.
They probably are looking at to sweep out the enemy jungle as well, but their sweeper's on cooldown right now. Surprisingly, Maokai has opted to not get a sweeper yet, while Nautilus started out with one.
Renekton and Aurelia in the top lane, a little bit of a skirmish there. There's a dark binding onto Nautilus.
Yasuo pushing out that bot lane, trying to get the minion waves to hit at the same time so they can go for a bait and switch of one sort or another. Instead, they are coming up for the Renekton.
Namiot comes in, not enough to save Renekton.
Aurelia should be dying. Oh no, she flashes to drop aggro. Ryze does pick her up. Maokai goes on the Ryze and does secure him. Nautilus going down.
That is 4 kills for 1 right now.
Very successful rotation and fight by
Tristana
Krooks.
tries to jump in for something, but she's not going to be able to defend
She
this
tries
turret.
to pop the Morgana, but the heal comes out. Even
Take
throughout
that
that
mace.
entire fight, the heal was still not used. Tristana's probably upset about that. The GGs are being called out by Mimic Vision.
We may have a 20-minute surrender here if Krooks cannot actually end this game.
And Renekton's AFK on the platform, so... And Nautilus, so it does seem as though they have given up, at least a few of them.
Unfortunate situation to see teams actually quit before the arc. Unfortunately, it does happen. They know the game's over. They're likely going to surrender at that 20-minute mark once they're able to. Oh, we see Renekton and Nautilus actually coming back out into the game. Maybe incorrect there. They might be, they've just been taking a second break to catch their breath.
We'll find out in
All
3
that screaming of
seconds.
GG. Oh, we got a second wind back into the game.
And the surrender vote comes out immediately. GG.
Right, so
Played. Ginormous Noob picks up the last CS of the game, picking up the pink ward. And good game to Krooks. Well played tournament, coming in and sweeping it on their first attempt.
right, has completed their 5th victory in a row in order to qualify for that first place finish. Each team member there will be receiving 3200 RP as well as a Triumphant Rise skin if they do not already have one. That concludes the main body of our tournament. However, I've decided that I would like to catch this bronze match since it's still playing, I believe. Yes, it is. I'm going to go jump in on FDG Reaper's game here. That is Suprise, I'm back, versus Team 10. But once again, while we're getting in there, Krooks did a great job all night long. Had a little bit of trouble in their first matchup there. and then dominated the next two teams and came out on top of the fourth team as well. Sorry, the fourth and the fifth team as well. So a great performance overall with them tonight. I'd like to congratulate them on winning tonight's tournament. We're going to get into this bronze matchup for determining third and fourth place for tonight's event. I'd also like to congratulate Mimic Fission on their second place finish. That is not an easy feat. They started in round 2, had to win 3 games to get there, but some of their opponents were definitely not easy teams to beat. We have Mimic Fission playing against, it's like Purely Gaming in the first round, which Purely Gaming is not a team I'm familiar with, nor is their second round opponent SK Telecom. But we did catch them playing against Team 10, members of DFG. And they actually came back from behind to win that final place. Sorry, to qualify for that final slot. Looks like our bronze matchup is fairly close here. EPC, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm just setting up all the VPNs. I have to log in on a different server, and then it's a bunch of nonsense.
Not a problem. You're free to join us whenever you would like. So once again, guys, I'm going to be watching Surprise I'm Back on blue side versus Team 10 on purple side. This is our bronze match leading here. So these teams have made it to the semifinals.
Fogmod taking down that Lee Sin, just doing tons of damage against him. Chasing him down with the ultimate and the red buff.
Alright, PC's got into the game. We've got some analysis going on here.
I love the Anivia skin from TF or Anivia.
Is she wearing the American one?
Yeah.
Yes, she is. It's red, white, and blue, folks.
Gragas deciding to push out this top lane rather than defend, truly believing in the Anivia's ability to prevent turrets from falling down.
Wow, we're 30 minutes into this game. There is a 2k gold difference. 5 turrets to 5 turrets, 27 kills to 25 kills. I'm not 100% sure how the Dragon and Baron control is on. It appears that he does have that Baron buff right now.
Anivia doing work, really preventing any siege from happening. Meanwhile, Kog'Maw switched it up while Anivia was held distracted by the rest of the team and takes over half of the health from the mid turret. Rumble's fighting against Anivia, and he Zonya's is. Does he get the shield and live? Oh, the Gragas barrel comes in. Big fight happening. Ultimate coming in from J4, Kog'Maw melting off the Alistar.
That's 2 for 2 though.
Anivia does get out. And she does not have her egg passive right now, so if she were to fall, she would die.
Tristana jumps in on the J4, but he lances out.
Yep, and Kog'Maw failed the flash that he was trying to do to get over. Sort of in his benefit, considering Gragas was also there. And they wrap around and catch him anyway.
Yeah,
3 for 2 overall.
Make that 3 for 2 in the end. That is a great turn of defense for them. It seems like their Baron buff has worn down though.
A huge minion wave is in the top lane, but it seems that the minions got just in front of the turret to defend it until Thresh gets there.
Sweeper comes out but doesn't actually catch any wards there. And Rumble is running back out to the top lane to push out these minions. Tristana with her red buff now.
Thresh beginning to reset up the Baron, which will be spawning in 80 seconds.
And Tristana content to farm out the jungle.
Thresh really deep with his mobility boots, right in between the rest of the opponent, the entirety of the opposing team.
But he somehow does not get caught out there.
Doesn't even get seen with placing deep wards.
The Alistar going back, he might get caught out.
Just out of range of the Rumble. Just a second late on the flay as well. Coming from Surprise. I mean from team. Surprise? Yeah, from Surprise.
Yeah, Surprise on back.
Surprise is on
blue
blue and Team 10 on
and
purple.
Team 10 is on purple, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, coming into a match halfway through is always a little bit off.
J4 taking a lot of punishment just for clearing some wards, but he'll live.
It's like he's in landed that Q, but not brave enough to win on it.
No Lee syndrome being suffered today. And they're backing off towards that Baron that they set up previously, or so they would like the opponent to believe.
You're gonna sweep that bush and sit in it. Also coming out behind Team 10 here, Gragas apparently blows them off.
Nice Anivia wall. Kog'Maw did melt the Lee Sin though. The Kog'Maw is being free to damage everybody. Kills off the Anivia. Yep.
It's
Very
three
well
kills
done.
going over to Surprise.
Alistar will start proxy farming to prevent the minions from coming in and force the opponent to face tank it. But with all of the shields that are there, it doesn't matter. They will get the inhibitor and potentially back off towards Baron, or maybe even keep
They
pushing.
continue to push this. They don't have a minion wave to tank it though, so it might be a mistake.
They're
if there was-
relying on all of these shields that they have, and I think they can. That's a bad mentality to have, though. I think I can, and one down.
Oh, this is
Potentially,
gonna be
potentially lots.
3 members go down, 4 members go down.
Five
Kog'Maw
are
left
gonna
the only
die
one
here.
alive.
Oh, the
Gets
failed.
knocked into the turret range. Pops his heal to try and stay alive. Fight this Lee Sin. He's not gonna get the kill though. Lee Sin gets the ace.
And the Kog'Maw passive gets no one. Kog'Maw types out crying eyes in the all chat. That I think I can mentality really costing them there. Getting one tower was fine apparently, but that second tower with the I think I can mentality really cost them with the Gragas still alive.
Just a little bit too much for them to try and push that through. And the death timers weren't quite as long as they needed. This is gonna let Team 10 set up for this Baron, as the entirety of Vision aside from Kog'Maw respawn and rush out for it. They're not gonna get there in time. That is a huge throw, and this is once again an even game. Aside from the fact that Team 10 now has a Baron buff that they can use to their advantage.
Team 10 very familiar with comebacks on Baron after how they lost their previous game.
Yes, they were quite smart to set up for that Baron with the entirety of the opposing team dead, only able to actually respond and contest it. They've had some rather poor luck with team fights around that Baron pit.
The kill gap is only 2 kills, and the gold gap is 2,700 gold.
There's a 2-turret difference as well.
The Baron buff does mean that their team fight is stronger for Team 10, but they are pushing down a super minion lane, so I don't think that their siege would be able to break this Kog'Maw and Orianna defense.
Yeah, Surprise I'm back up by 2k, 2 turrets, and 2 kills, but Team 10 up by a Baron buff on all 5 members right now.
And they do secure the dragon, making their gold gap close just a little bit.
Persona lands a great ultimate there, knocking Resh out of range. I thought they might have initiated that fight, but with the Gragas on the top lane, it would have been a bad idea for them.
Yeah, even with teleport, he wouldn't be able to get there before the fight was already decided. Entirety of Surprise I'm back going for a rotation on the Gragas, but they won't be able to find him. So instead they're saying, no, we weren't rotating for Gragas, let's ping the turret, we'll go for that. And face tanking it, they should be able to get this.
J4 is Wait, the monster taking almost no damage from this turret.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
All of these shields from Oriana certainly helping him out. Rumble a little bit too far forward. Oriana ultimate does land on 2. Lee Sin's a little bit too deep, isn't able to insect anybody. Does insect the Oriana with a flash. Kog'Maw being kept at a distance by the Anivia AoE ultimate. And we might see another 5-man die here.
Nice 3-for-1 so far. Thresh awfully low.
Oh, the Anivia wall being flashed over. And it is a 3-for-1.
I'm surprised the both Thresh and Kog'Maw got it out with their lives.
Surprised, are you? That team again.
Yeah, that joke just keeps coming back. Anyways.
Here at Freak Training School, we do have another Kog'Maw with a Triforce.
One Triforce in the game this time as opposed to 3. We've seen some Triforce overload in the first match.
And completely the opposite of the game that we just watched. We see only two trinket wards on one team and one trinket ward on the other, as opposed to the 2 sweepers and 1 sweeper of last game.
Yeah, the vision control here is in an interesting situation with that many sweepers. It's going to be hard for either team to maintain wards on the map. As we see Alistar take one down right there.
Yeah, we do see 2 Ruby Sightstones coming out from Team 10, I think.
That's interesting to see
So-
the Ruby Sightstone on both Alistar as well as Lee Sin.
And we do also see 2 Sightstones coming out from Surprise I'm Back. Just a normal Sightstone coming out from the J4, which allows for us to have so many sweepers and still have plenty of vision left over. Rumble again being a little bit too deep. Oriana Zonyaing trying to stay alive, does stay alive, gets that
Rumble gets
Q
knocked
and-
low, but he gets the shield from Oriana to stay alive. He goes back in.
Yep, and
Awesome.
Tristana gets a reset on it. Ooh, Kog'Maw going for the ultimates, just out of range now. They will be able to push and get this inhibitor though.
Maybe a wall comes out at a great time for them, but it's not going to be enough to stop this inhibitor going down.
Luckily for Team 10 at least, J4 is dead, so they won't be able to face tank any further. Ooh,
Tristana coming back
Tristana
into
being a
this,
little bit
but
too
Kog'Maw
aggressive.
does a lot of damage. It takes her down.
Yeah, that Kog'Maw spit line, I forget what it's called, is able to lock down Tristana long enough for him to kill her off. Void Ooze is what it's called.
It slows you down for sure.
I always thought of it as like this line of glue that he's spitting out.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like caterpillar slash lizard slash thing. Makes
Slash
sense.
singer.
Was he
I
a
love
singer
this.
for Pentakill?
No, his taunt is the dancing and music from.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah.
I was reading too far into that one, I guess.
No, the singer for Pentakill is the Death Singer. Karthus.
Ah yes, a Karthus. What rounds out the rest of that team? I believe it's like a Mordecai.
Yorick Sona.
Yeah. There's one more, isn't there? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's an 8th carry, I don't know which though.
I'm gonna look it up. Alright guys, bear with me. I'm distracted by Pentakill.
I'll do it. Keep your camera on the game.
Oh it is, I have a second computer going.
Okay.
Alright, Pentakill banned, Wikipedia. Appears to be Yorick.
We said that.
Did we?
Yeah, Mordekaiser, Yorick, Sona, Karthus, and
background. There's the team. Yep, Pentakill Olaf.
Okay, I was wrong. It's not an AD carry. We might finally see another fight happening here. Baron buff is live, and their Rumble is leading the engage using his Rylai's. J4 does come in. He is the ball delivery service, but the ultimate hasn't been used yet. Kog'Maw is being headbutted in. Will he be hit by the stun? He is hit by the stun. Gragas ultimate comes in, but doesn't quite hit it. Orianna Ball catches them all. Anivia keeping Kog'Maw really locked up. They have prevented his damage by killing him off, but it did cost them 3 members to do so. 4 members.
Alostar, the
Only
one
Alostar.
walking out alive, and he was actually way deep in that client.
GG well played, and the forfeit comes
Surrender
out.
vote comes out. That is a victory for... Oh, sup. I'm Rise. Back. Sup back.
Rise, I'm back.
Yeah, that one. It's a victory in the bronze match for Surprise I'm Back, meaning they have just secured a 3rd place finish in tonight's tournament. Second, I'll get that affected bracket, get the bracket posted into Twitch chat. Official announcement that Krooks has won the night. McFishin coming in a close second, followed by Surprise I'm Back, we just watched defeat Team 10 in the bronze match for 3rd place, with Team 10 coming in a solid 4th place. They did start in round 1 though, as opposed to Surprise I'm Back having the round 1 bye. So Surprise I'm Back and Team 10 actually did win the same number of games tonight. Though Team 10 has lost 2. Surprises I'm Back solo defeat. Once again, congratulations to 4 winning teams in tonight's tournament. A huge thank you to all participating teams. A huge thank you to PC for joining us. Buddy, have an awesome night. Again, I'm just gonna get the scoreboard up before I turn the stream down. I can get the scoreboard up, of course. It's not gonna let me. So, this has been Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament, July 18th. We are actually 4 minutes from July 19th at this point. So, everybody have a good night. Thank you for joining us.